Hello, lads. It's been a hot second since we've actually wasted a bunch of time at the start of the stream, and I thought, what better way for me to memorialize that sentiment than to make you all wait an extended period of time through the Tural travelogue as I get my small affairs in order, because it's not patch day, is patch day. It is a patch, legally, of Final Fantasy XIV, which means that there's a bunch of things that are going on in the background, which means that, unfortunately, we're doing more Final Fantasy XIV this week. I promise I'm not a Final Fantasy XIV streamer, and here's how I'm going to make it up to the people who aren't here for Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you, ACS Mars, for 33 months. It's also a honking Star Rail patch day. Oh, is that why I get to see you? Is that why you're here with us instead of stuck in MiHoRo land? There's a couple of new games that we're going to be doing this week for a number of reasons. First off, we're going to be doing, obviously, today we're focusing on Final Fantasy XIV, mainly on getting all of my Aether quests and Aether currents done. There's going to be maybe a little bit of role questing going on because I've got Samurai to 100, so that means we can knock that out, and who knows, maybe the melee DPS will be enjoyable. And then tomorrow we're going to be doing another game that I enjoy. I don't know if we're going to do a complete playthrough, but it's been itching my brain. It's a horror game called Soma. A lot of it is focused on the concept of artificial intelligence and post-apocalypses. The game came out in 2015, but not only do I think it's still like a brilliant narrative design, I genuinely think it does what Dawntrail was trying to do a little bit better. And then Thursday, we're going to be doing more dailies in Final Fantasy XIV and grinding at the top of the day, but then we're going to be going over to the life and suffering of Sir Bronte, which is both just a game that I was looking at previously because it's a beautiful style of game, but also it is a very narrative-focused game from what I hear. It's got a little bit of that medieval Europe fantasy energy, a little bit of that, there's a big evil church and the machinations therein, and also just has been acclaimed for its storytelling. So I'm really excited for that, and I want to be able to get some of that in. Also partially because I still miss Ishgard and want to do more Ishgard stuff, so yeah. Did drops stop? Oh no, I just opened my browsers and that's going to be a problem. I thought did drops stop on the 28th? Or did they stop on the 30th? Hold on. Oh, the 29th. The one day I didn't say. Source, you are the guy who made my graphic? Hold on. Oh, available until July 29th. Excuse me. Hold on. Now I'm not legally lying to anyone. No, you said you know the guy. Oh, excuse me. Okay. But all of that being said, let's get into it, hey? Because I do just want to get done with the Aether current quests, and I am using you guys as an excuse to do that. There's a couple of other projects that are in the works, as there almost always are. The next big long-form game is probably going to be Breath of the Wild. And then we'll be playing that concurrently with doing some of the things in 14. I am still tentatively looking forward to, they promised new variant dungeon, new deep dungeon, field operations, so I've been staring at Bozia longingly because I do actually enjoy Bozia. And then, we're also going to be doing some other games. I do really want to play Soma, mainly because I think Soma just does what Dawntrail was trying to do with Living Memory better than it did it, but you get it. Ooh, and I will enjoy one hydrate. Thank you, Technoids. But yeah, because I have decided to sacrifice the idea of any personal enjoyment of Final Fantasy XIV, I do unfortunately have to enjoy it on camera. And because of that, that means that I'm going to have to do all my Aether current quests here, live with you. This is a slightly comedic bit. I could choose to do it in my own free time. Generally speaking, these don't tend to do as well. But, you know, I thought it could be cute. So there you go. And most of the time, the Aether current quests are denoted by these little blue markers because that means it's like locking something, and you can tell it's an Aether current because of the little green icon. A crisis of corruption. Nopley is rubbing his hands together. Hey, I recognize you. You're Elish, yes? I've heard about you, companion to the Third Promise, a most dependable individual. So, in ye olden days, back when I had more trust in the writers, they would sometimes have dialogue that would change depending on what you have or haven't done in the narrative. So I am slightly curious to see if we will get those divergent, dialogues based off of your advancement in the quest. And my posture is terrible, Black Hat Coder. Thank you for pointing it out. I have had truly a miserable knot in the left side of my body. It's been driving me mad. The name's Nopley, and I'll have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose. The exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. I have some big rocks. Feast your eyes on these. Crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Y'all remember when we were kids and we were like really into like quartz and shiny rocks, and people figured out that they could make that into a whole scheme by selling them to scholastic booksellers? You definitely cannot remember them all, but you have heard genuinely good thoughts on how this expansion side quests flesh out the world. Okay, hell yeah. Beautiful, aren't they? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea. Of Eorzea? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea and shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low, low price of 1 pel, in the millions column. It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the Third Promise. They're not worth even a fraction of that price. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange. These are precious crystals, are they not? Oh my god, Nobley, did you get scammed? And you're the honest businessman? You're still into shiny rocks? Fair enough. Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? No plea, my sweet boy. They are literally everywhere. We got them growing out of the goddamn wrong ground. You want to tell them? Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the salt, but they're also highly volatile. Yeah, so all of the corrupted crystals that happened, so all the weird crystal formations in the Burning Wall and Thanalan around southern Lenosha in Gridania, all of those crystal formations are from when Bahamut, the primal that was in Dalamud, the moon, exploded out, and the Aether that was being stored in Dalamud was being returned due to the Crystal Tower and numerous other Allegan artifacts. So yes, those crystals are actually literally dime a dozen. And also horribly dangerous. We did use them to kill an Asian, Nabrialis. Oh, yeah, actually, literally right here. In the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. Yeah, actually. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. I literally, lads, I'm telling you, Dawntrail is also the radiation expansion, and I cannot express how funny that is to me. The meteorites in Yoctel constantly emitting like low levels of background radiation, causing all of the plants to be blue and all of the creatures to be weird. Like, why is Dawntrail secretly also radiation the expansion? All of which is to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would ever bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him. Having never seen crystals of their like, could you blame me? But if they really have no use... Have I, Nopely the Lucky, been swindled? My irradiated blessed siblings theory is really good, and you're surprised you haven't heard anyone else mention it. There have been a lot of conversation with regards to how the narrative there was more about stillbirth, which I think is perfectly valid, right? The idea that media can be interpreted in different ways by different people isn't a bad thing at all, but I do think, for me, not thinking about it along those particular lines, I was like, oh my god, it's about, like, radiation, it's about getting two heads. And for others, obviously, it was about the cost therein, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, fair. Very fair. But, you know. Anyways, I can't be the only person. I'm going to look this up right now. I can't be the only person who's thought about that. I guess people are waiting until maybe the spoiler embargo over? Maybe? We'll chat about it later. Okay. Well, at the least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor fool. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Elish? I need someone I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. Wait. Okay. Now, the quest does continue. I was about to say, that wasn't the entire quest, was it? You're willing to help, then? Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Tural. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Turali mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will have to see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mages you're looking for is an individual of the Buniwa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. Yep. Look for the wizard by virtue of them having a magic staff. I guess we'll go on red. Elish looking so casual. Yeah, I had to change it up. Remember, look for an individual of the Buniwa tribe holding a staff. I wish to know if the corrupted crystals garner their interests. It is a bit bizarre. Like, are there more Eorzean merchants in Tural now? Huh? I don't know the first thing about crystals. I'm not an artisan nor a mage. Oh, you don't even give me a useful hint? Try asking a mage. Alright, well, frickin', why did I have the option to talk to you? Rude boy. I do have a llama now, though. Oh no. We've met other NPC that they were from Eorzea throughout this X-Pack, including minor ones like the Iron Hearts. So merchants are definitely plausible. It's not that I don't think that the merchants are plausible, Wirebone. I'm just curious about the, like, the influx of it, if that makes sense. Like, so obviously we had, like, the Turali tourism website and stuff like that, right? But, like, aside from Wuk-Lamat, was there a big call for Eorzeans? Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity, but I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there is little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. I've no interest in purchasing the corrupted crystals. If they're so unstable, they must be kept inside a special container. How could I possibly assure my own safety when using them? Just have the Garland Ironworks do it for you. It's fine. Oh, there was this bow-wielding guard. I didn't chat to you. Okay, goodbye. While Tural was fairly unexplored by what we knew until Dawntrail, they did a decent job of making it seem like it wasn't completely unheard of. Fair. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think a lot of our information is old to be generous about it, right? Oh no. At least as well as they could for MMO world building. Very fair, yeah. I don't know a lot about other MMOs because for me, the like best MMO material that I had ever engaged with at the past was like, you know, RuneScape and other like sort of more tongue-in-cheek games, right? Like MapleStory was another one. And those are not exactly paragons of value, right? So recently replaying 6.55, there were texts in Charlian that gave you insight on Tural, mentioning Kettenram and Valley Garmanda, so it helped feel like Tural wasn't completely unexplored by Eorzeans. Fair. I mean, this is definitely something that we've seen in the past, right? Where, like, obviously the patch content beforehand is giving you the preparatory information post facto. It just... It does beg the question, right? Like, what is it just that the journey is difficult and therefore that's a part of the reason why the like cross-cultural exchange has been fairly middling? Like, because, you know, nobody was conned by virtue of the belief that, you know, like an Eorzean sold him of these corrupted crystals. it feels weird that nobody in Tural would know about the hardships that people faced in Eorzea. But again, on the flip side, maybe it's just not the kind of conversation you have at a bar at a port while you're offloading cargo, right? Because the majority of people who are making this trip are probably going to be sailors and merchants of that variety. So, I don't know. We'll see. So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you were right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there is still one thing I can do. Elish, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? Nopely, I gotta be honest with you, you are about to just give me exactly what I'm asking for, which is the Aether current, so I might not be here to help you. What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come see me again. We must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. Yeah. Fine. Okay. You know what? Fine. Yes, we will, Nopely. I do want to know how it ends. To catch a merchant, Nopely is eager to put a stop to the pernicious peddler's malevolent schemes. As a continuation chain, yeah, we'll see how this one does. Every moment we leave that peddler to his own device is another opportunity for some unsuspecting traveler to be hoodwinked. We need to figure out where he's been and where he may go next. I'll ask around Watchung Palo if anyone else has had similar run-ins with disreputable merchants. In the meantime, I'd like you to find the scoundrel and keep him in your sights by whatever means necessary. We can't have him leaving before we've had the chance to settle this matter, after all. I expect he's still in Urkopachin. The concept of a Lalafell being the merchant who swindled them. Weird. Sorry, it's doing this thing where, it's saying because I didn't log out properly, it's not going to let me. Ooh! Oh no, it's just all of the internet. That's fun and exciting. Top of the head looking good? Fantastic. Good to know that I'm not balding. Okay. I did think that was actually something on 14's side, not something on our side. Give me a sec. Thank you. It's good to be back. When I saw Loading Circle of Death from TechnoWiz, I did not expect it to be with regards to the stream. But yeah. You know DC travel has been incredibly shaky, so you wouldn't be surprised if the servers are goofing. Yeah, that was, it also looks like it was something happening on the stream side, which is fine. I don't think it's Twitch. I think it's either something to do with my computer or something to do with the ISP, so yeah. Okay. You guys get to look at my fun mentorship renewal notice. Okay. Nopely, I feel like we're having bad luck with you so far, but we'll see how it comes out, okay? I was making a commentary about the fact that the indiscreet merchant is a Lalafell, but there you go. You love mentorship renewal notices. Thank you, DeMarca. I appreciate that. We did stop by the inn previously. I don't know if you guys know this. There's like a hot springs over here at Panak Pelu Retreat, and it is honestly very cute. I think the idea of making like these sort of extra zones be like discovered through Aether currents is actually extremely charming. No, that's okay. Goodbye, Silver Lobo. It is an Uldam Lala. You saw a picture, but you keep forgetting to check it yourself. Wait, no, I'm pretty sure there's a, Hold on. Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure there is actually, like, an Aether current. And ACS Mars, thank you for the 1 bit. Yo, I have 257 more bits left. Hi. Very appreciated, my guy. There have been a hot springs in every expat from what you've seen. Yeah. The Heaven's Wards was added post facto, right? Because like you're talking about the snow globe. But I don't believe there was, and I might be wrong on this. I don't believe there was one naturally in Heaven's Ward. But we didn't have to go here, but I believe there was an Aether current in the hot springs. I have heard tell that the rite of succession is complete, and that a new vow of resolve, and a vow of reason have ascended the throne. I wonder if they might one day visit these springs. If they ever do, I'd be honored to tell them all about the water's benefits. Who are you? I'm Yuklu, and I aid visitors in finding all we have to offer here. You'll find my brother, Kavli, just up the slope there, and I'm sure you'll see the rest of my family helping others around here if you stay long enough. I often spend my time speaking with guests about the benefit of the spring's waters and their history. I hope that one day we might do the same. What kind of place is this? Panak Pelu Retreat is where travelers and merchants from afar come to soothe the aches of their journeys. All who visit may avail themselves of these natural hot springs free of charge. Lest you wonder how we can afford this, we actually earn sufficient pell from the assorted souvenirs and dining services we offer. This way, we treat our customers and they treat us in return. A mutually satisfactory arrangement, would you not agree? So yeah. This is actually like a little cute place. Do you not have to go here? You're only going to order mezcal? Nothing beats a drink after a hot bath. I did think this area was very cute. One may immerse their body in the heat of these springs whilst feeling the gentle brush of the wind on their face. In such a tranquil state, one's troubles begin to seem so trivial. Welcome to Panak Pelu Retreat. It seems you've been quite active since your arrival to these parts. Should you ever feel weary from your travels, you're always free to take a dip in these hot springs. The devs know we like many options for baths. It's cute. I like this area. It doesn't currently have anything to do with MSQ or anything, right? But skin feels all moist and slick, even under mobby nights. That is a wild thing for you to have said, my friend, but alright. There's a lot more sort of like ambient NPCs that you can't interact with directly. I don't know that I have a problem with that necessarily. Please do not hesitate to let me know if there's anything you require. It is our duty to provide guests the highest level of service. Below by the entrance is my sister, Yuklo. If you need assistance with finding anything here, she will be able to point you in the right direction. I think it's just a very cute concept, right? I journeyed here on guard duty for a merchant who has business in Urkapacha, but his dealings are taking longer than expected. Fine by me. I'll just keep soaking in these waters. Yeah? Is Moist Moblin on our ask list for Dawntrail? It's good to have areas that aren't necessarily plot relevant. Makes it more lived in. True. Please bathe with those big boys? Absolutely not. We're moving on. We've got questing to do. We've got a job to do. There's a Lalafell that we need to correct their unscrupulous mercantile ways. No, I'm sorry, big guy. I'll play with you later. You too, please. We can all go take a bath at a later point in time. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. To think we should meet again here of all places. You do recognize me, don't you? Oh my god, I absolutely did not. The merchant you spoke with on the ship to Tural? I neglected to impart my name to you at the time, but I shall happily rectify that now. Yidi Molu at your service. Since my arrival on the continent, I must say, business has been booming. So they are actually telling us, like, if you've been to the Gold Saucer and you look at the optional outfits, this is the Oasis tunic, right? Gigi Molu is not just, like, presumptively an old Lalafell. Like, they're telling us either their sense of fashion and their sense of sensibilities is very old on, or literally that they are from the zone, right? So I'll spare you the details of my most recent transaction, but suffice it to say, I made quite a handsome sum from a most generous young merchant. Truly makes the lengthy voyage here well worth the trouble. All that remains before I return to Eorzea is to purchase some commodities. Alas, ever since I felt the soothing waters of Panak Pelu retreat on my skin, I can think of little else. The mere mention of it has stirred my yearnings to avail myself of those hot springs once more. We're literally about to go to the hot springs for the side quest. Ahem. It was a pleasure to meet you again, my friend, but I must be going. Farewell. Okay. We did keep him here, actually, so there you go. Yeah, that answers how the merchants come and go. Well, anyways, back the way we came. Why do quests always take you back to the place you just went out of your way to go? What an excellent question. I mean, again, like we were saying, it is a beautiful zone. It also gives that NPC, the Hrothgar taking a bath, that could be his guard, right? And Mestia, thank you for re-upping your sub with us for 13 months. Hachimaku. I appreciate it. Okay, Brooktayev is not Molu's guard for all intents and purposes. Excuse me, sir? Oh, it's you again. Did you follow me here? Or perhaps you too have succumbed to the allure of these hot springs? The water is the perfect temperature and the view ravishing. My guy, you are looking directly at a stone ceiling. Is this the ravishing view? Are you sure? All my worries seem to just melt away. Though I suppose I've also Cadley to thank for that. He's been the perfect attendant, taking care of my every need. I am surprised you're still listening to me ramble on. If I didn't know better, I'd think you came not to enjoy these springs, but to speak with me. Damn. When's the content drop where we can date Gigi Moller? Or Gigi Moller? Gigi Molu is growing suspicious of you. Perhaps it would be best to speak with Cavli instead. It is thanks to Cavli that I can relax without a worry in these waters. Gods, I could get used to this. I mean, also presumably the other part of it could be not that this is the view, although it could be, but like they're talking about the view from the waters if you're looking out. Okay. Yimolu truly did such an awful thing? I had no idea. I don't know. Listen, Lalafell friends, I do enjoy you, but like, the smile and the smirk on Lalafell faces, I don't know if it's because of like the A Realm Reborn post with that one Lalafell who was like in charge of like the 2nd Battalion of Crystal Braves or what. Like, there's just something particularly like, ooh, about Lalafell's who smile. He only recently began to visit these springs and hired me to take care of odds and ends for him during his sojourns. I took him to be quite the affluent individual, the way he carries himself. My heart goes out to poor Noplu, but as a Pelu Pelu, I am quite intrigued by Yimolu's trading practices. Cavli, no! Cavli, conduct legitimate business. It's much less profitable, but also will make it less likely that you have enemies, Cavli. Allow me to explain. Many years ago, we Pelu Pelu were looked down upon by the other peoples of Tural, both figuratively and literally, due to our diminutive stature. Chagrined, it is said that our ancestors decided to start wearing masks made in the image of the most powerful Tural Vidral, Baligarmanda, in order to strike fear into the hearts of all who looked upon them. So that's why the Pelu Pelu have those masks. Okay. Today, however, the meaning of the masks has changed. After becoming peddlers at the Dawn Servant's suggestion, the masks have come to symbolize fair transactions. Indeed, they are now proof of our reputability. I guess, right? It's like getting a sticker from the Better Business Bureau, except for them, they've got a mask on. Instead of focusing solely on our own profit, we endeavor to make every trade mutually satisfactory. Countless years of doing so earned us the respect of those around us, and we now very rarely experience any belittlement. Belittlement, and also there is a little something to be said about like the idea of like wandering minstrels, right, traveling bards, the idea that they would oftentimes be welcomed because they would carry news and story. So the idea that like, what if you saw just like a really tall guy wearing a Pelu Pelu mask? Would you give them the same benefit of the doubt? Is it like a badge of honor? And it's good to see you, Blue Hydra. Hey, hey. Did anyone tell us that the mask design actually originates from Final Fantasy X? No, I didn't know that, Wirebone. Yeah. Yet it seems Gigimolu only wishes to fill his own coffers, even at the expense of those with whom he does business. It's a shame. After what he's done, no Turali will wish to barter with him again, no matter what quality of import he has at hand. I will keep a close watch on him from now on. I don't want to see anyone else swindled out of their hard-earned pell. Though, given his present euphoria, I doubt he'll be doing anything of the sort anytime soon. That said, I'm sure Nopli must be anxious to hear from you. I have matters here well in hand. Why don't you return to him? I don't know, like, Nopli asked us to keep Gigimolu occupied, so this feels like a wacky choice. Here I am enjoying myself while everyone else is working so hard. How selfish of me. Don't worry, I won't let him out of my sight. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm curious. We could have also grabbed new daily hunts, which I am kicking myself a little bit about for not having prepped ahead of time. But I haven't been able to enjoy hunting much because I haven't been able to fly. Really? Freaking excellent. And Estany, thank you so much for the raid! Oh my gosh. Can we get a shout out? They're a fantastic friend of ours who we met through St. Guard. They're a phenomenal streamer and content creator in their own right. So please do drop them a follow if you really like that sort of comfy, cozy vibe sometimes with also like some pretty intelligent discussion about material. So yeah. You were doing Dave the Diver, how was that? Another vacation vibe entirely. It's been a while, yeah, it's been a hot second. Thank you so much for bringing your people over. We're doing a little bit of side questing in Final Fantasy XIV. So if people haven't done Dawntrail and intend to, or they're currently going through the MSQ, you know, there are spoilers, so exercise best caution. But yeah, it's so good to see you. Dave the Diver is super fun. I heard there's like a couple like tongue-in-cheek references to like kaiju and like Godzilla and stuff. What? You met Gigimolu during your voyage to Tural? What a small world. In any case, thank you for lending your assistance once again, Elish. It's reassuring to know that Kavli will be keeping careful watch of them. As for my investigation here, it seems I'm presently Gigimolu's only victim. But I fear I won't be the last. There's no telling what underhanded tricks he'll use to procure those wares you spoke of, and I refuse to let him besmirch all that it means to be a merchant. I have a plan, but I'm going to need your help. We were intending only to do the side quests in order to get the Aether currents, but the world building is interesting, and not gonna lie, all of the first half of Dawntrail has been like my bread and butter, so like to hear about these kinds of things are really interesting. But yeah, there's a Godzilla DLC and a Dredge DLC. Oh, that's so fun. I did Dave the Diver's devs. Were they in conjunction with Dredge? This is the first X-Pack that makes you want to do all the side quests. I mean, I will say, Zal, I wanted to do all the side quests for Ishgard, but this is the second X-Pack that's made me want to do all the side quests for sure. I've got most of the Ishgard ones done, yeah. Finding Fate. Notley appears to be in deep thought. I'd like your opinion on something, Elish. Should word spread of Gigimolu's underhanded practices, it won't be long before there's not a soul in all of Tural willing to deal with them. How do you feel about that? So, I'm going to say, you should have probably thought about that before doing the underhanded business tactics. This is Dawntrail, right? So, it makes a lot of sense to me that Dawntrail is going to say, it's sad that you won't have anyone to do any trading with them, right? So, I'm going to say it's only natural. I don't think that's where Noku's going to go with this. Indeed. Yet I would be disappointed by such a conclusion. After all, we lose one of the few merchants willing to voyage across the seas to do business with us. Okay, so merchants traveling from Eorzea to Tural is actually not very common. Gigimolu is in fact a rarity, so much so that nobody is willing to forgive him for swindling him on the off chance that he represents more trading, which... Okay. You don't think the games are otherwise related? Oh, fair enough. How's it been going otherwise? Yeah, what have you been up to? I'm honorary House Demise. You say that, Zal. Let me tell you how much I've developed about House Demise. Not actually, we'd be here for 1,000 years. If he is to remain a potential trading partner in the years to come, he needs to be made to see the error of his ways. Nopely would go into Twitter and sincerely explain to people why their posts are wrong. I suspect a few words of warning will do little, however. He needs to be taught a proper lesson, to feel the sting of being swindled for himself. And we shall make sure that he does, the Pelu Pelu way. First, we'll need an alluring piece of merchandise to serve as bait. Hailing from across the salt yourself, I can think of none better suited to finding something that might garner his interest. Have a look about and see what local specialties we have to offer. I should like to know if anything catches your eye. Sure, okay. I'm sure there's something here that's certain to entice Gigimolu. It simply is a matter of finding it. I mean, the first thing that's coming to mind is mezcal, right? Bringing alcohol from across, I want to say the Indigo Deep, but that's not right, is it? The Indigo Deep refers to, like, a specific body of water. No, it's the Indigo Deep. Okay, I was right. The idea of bringing alcohol from across the Indigo Deep would be pretty appealing, I think. Also, he was clearly drunk in the hot springs, implying his own penchant for alcohol, so it seems pretty straightforward. Something rare? I can think of nothing better than coffee plants. They'd surely fetch a handsome price, seeing as you most likely can't find them where you're from. Oh, so you can find them there. Well, in that case, I'd like to try your coffee for myself. I think that's one of the things that they were talking about from the exchange that Cat Ram encouraged, right? Oh, what I would give for even a sip of coffee from across the salt. Cobley, I hope you do go across the salt, because it'd be really fun to see a Pelu Pelu in, what's the name of that one Charlian cafe? The Last Stand. It would be very cute. The fact that the cafe's name is The Last Stand is activating something in my brain, but that's fine. You've gotten used to saying across the salt thanks to this expat? Yeah, fair. I do the same. A local specialty that's on the rare side? How about the papotas being sold at the distillery? It's one of the few vegetables that can be cultivated at these altitudes. Oh, you already have papotas aplenty in Eorzea. Ha! Well, I'll be. If they're popular across the salt as well, I couldn't be prouder. Aww. To think papotos have become so commonplace beyond Tural. I wonder how people across the salt cook them. Well, they boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. But I mean, the thing is that all of these would be good for teaching Gigimolu a lesson, right? Because the whole point is, the whole con was, you have crystals here, but you've never seen crystals as messed up as the crystals that I've got, right? And that's what makes them rare, so. If it's for a merchant, they might be interested in our traditional dolls. They're believed to be good luck for business. I carry one around myself, as it so happens. Whether or not someone unaware of its origins and significance will truly appreciate it is another question entirely. These dolls are of great importance and value both to wee Pelu Pelu. Perhaps the merchant will be interested in purchasing one for himself. The doll feels good, but it again feels sincere, right? I don't know. What? Can we go inside this building? Yo! Only Lalafels may enter this area! What? Look! I can fit through the doorway! I gotta stoop a teeny tiny bit! What do you mean? I can't believe this. First the Lalafels sell corrupted crystals and we make excuses for them. Then we can't enter this dwelling because it's only a Lalafell dwelling. Look at how much headspace it needs! Like, that's like 2 inches! Let me in! Frickin' Lalafels. When Valley Garmonda was loose, I had the opportunity to speak with a member of the Yakhoi for a little while. He was so concerned for everyone's well-being, urging us to seek shelter should we feel even the slightest hint of danger. I had no idea the Yakhoi could be so kind. Oh. Okay. It just looks like we weren't able to find back there. If you're looking for something out of the ordinary, I'd have to recommend an Ulan bristle hairbrush. They're good to keep the alpacas free of fleas, and they help prevent skin conditions, among other things. And while you'd expect them to turn and spit on anyone tugging on their hair, the alpacas seem to enjoy the grooming. It's a simple way to keep them healthy and happy. People can use the brushes too, obviously. The Ulan brushes help distribute natural scalp oils and strip the hair of leftover dead strands to promote a healthy scalp. It's surprisingly gentle on the skin too, so it's a little wonder they've grown so popular. Popotos and coffee plants do not seem like bait enticing enough to draw Gigimolu's interest. The doll and hairbrush, on the other hand, may just be tantalizing enough. Report back to Nobley and inform him of your findings. Man! Golden Alpaca, Zoralja is dead. How do you feel about this? What do you... Can't believe you turned around and ignored my question. Excuse me, sir? Sir? Zoralja has perished. What do you have to say about this? Wuklumat and... No, hold on! Excuse me! Come back! How dare you? Wuklumat and Kona are now the vow of resolve and reason in Tuliolal. Do the alpacas have anything to say about this? Can't believe this. Getting stonewalled. Okay. It does seem a little bit... So in the real world, subsistence farming is no longer popular. Which is to say, subsistence farming has been sort of outdone by the idea of mass production, right? It's just easier to automate a lot of the farming process. It makes me curious, because like ostensibly the people of Solution 9, I guess there's the outskirts. It is just curious that of the 4 exports that we're talking about from Huachin Pelo, obviously we didn't talk about alpacas, we're not talking about sending alpacas out, but like alpacas, popotos, coffee beans, dolls, and hairbrushes. It seems like a rather eclectic combination of things. You are returned. I take it you found an item or two of interest? I see. An Ulan bristle hairbrush and one of our traditional dolls. I must admit, whether such a doll would truly be desirable to an outsider is a bit dubious. I think it'd be safest to go with the hairbrush. My thanks for finding a suitable bait. Normally they go for 1 pel in the 10,000s column, but to teach our pernicious peddler a lesson, I'll offer him one for 1 pel in the 100,000s column. Lest you worry, I won't actually sell it to him. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine so he can come to understand why a fair and honest deal is so important to we Pelu Pelu. More importantly, I wish to convey something to him, merchant to merchant. So, what do you say? Will you lend me your aid? I'm trying to remember. Are there a lot of other side quests in previous expansions where you're not just fighting things? Thank you. Let's give Gigimolu an offer he can't refuse. Springing the trap. Nopely is of a mind to swindle a swindler. Because, like, so I was recently informed that the writers for Dawntrail were the writers for The Sorrows of Werlit. And if you haven't done the optional trials for Shadowbringers, I cannot recommend them enough. Um, but the writing there is like very divisive among people. And so it's interesting to me because you can see a lot of that sort of not Wurlit DNA, but what was the town called where you were like building up your Gundams and stuff like that, and it had like that very sort of Grecian vibe to its architecture and to its design. Um, there was a lot of just like running around talking to people there as well. So I wonder how much of the writer's input from that point in time came to affect both the MSQ and also the side quests. All that remains is for me to begin my negotiations with Yumimolu. However, even should I approach him, I expect he wouldn't be willing to bend an ear to anything I have to say. But if you, a fellow Eorzean, were to whisper in his ear of a merchant dealing in exotic wares he won't find elsewhere, I dare say his interest will be piqued. I expect he's still soaking in the spring, so try searching for him first at Panakpelu's retreat. I will join you after procuring a suitable store of hairbrushes. It does feel like a bizarre narrative to be like, this guy cheated you out of a good deal, counter-cheat him, and then he'll learn the error of his ways? Like, I don't know. Especially because of how much, like, mercantile stuff is a big deal in Ul'dah, right? But maybe that's me taking my previously conceived notions. There's also something in here about, I have a friend who RPs like a very honest and industrious merchant from Ul'dah, and I'm very curious to know if they've done this side quest. Ah, it is you again. I take it you too are unable to resist the allure of these waters? I see. And you wish to introduce me to this merchant of exotic wares. How thoughtful of you. I'm honestly surprised you remembered I've yet to find suitable goods to take back to Eorzea. Very well, I shall meet this merchant, but I can hardly sit at the negotiating table in little more than a bathing towel. Pray, wait for me below while I make myself presentable. Could be Gigimolu running for the hills. It would not do for me to show any openings before the other party, if you take my meaning. Pray wait for me below in the rest area. Gigimolu does not want to show here. It seems there have been some developments. Does Yuplu have anything to say? Did Cadley tell them about it? No, they did not. Okay. In the following sequence, you will be tasked with supporting Nopli's negotiations with Gigimolu. As the negotiations may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Sure, okay. I always find making negotiations into like a game mechanic always really interesting. There's a couple of systems out there which use diplomacy and do diplomacy as a like as mini games, right? Like Oblivion used to have that. I don't know if you guys remember that. Like the weird wheel with the like four like inclinations. And then there was there's like, I can't think of anything else that's like got mass appeal that I can use to describe that. But like, there are a lot of games that do gamify talking to people. I think this is just going to be like the Matsuya fishing merchant thing though, so we'll see. Here's hoping that I don't screw it up at least. Thank you for waiting. Now, where is this merchant you wish to introduce me to? Nobly? I see. So you two were in cahoots. If you've come to return the corrupted crystals, I am afraid I do not accept refunds. Didn't Elish tell you? I'm here to make you an offer. Make me an offer? Ha! I wasn't born yesterday. Whatever it is you're planning, I want nothing to do with it. The Pelu Pelus strive to bring others happiness through trade. You did deceive him feels like the wrong line to go for. Hogwash. You really expect me to believe I could benefit from another deal with him? This is not only for your benefit, but that of new customers you're certain to meet in future commercial endeavors. Upon my mask, I swear it. Okay. The Pelu Pelu mask is kind of like the Phoenix Wright attorney badge. You can swear upon whatever you like. I still won't believe you. The only thing I trust less than your word is your meager eye for quality. Any product selected by your hand is one unworthy of my stalls. I picked it out myself. Doesn't make sense, right? Because we're also from Eorzea. What do we know? And this is about the Pelu Pelu, right? You won't at least hear him out? It won't cost you anything. No, I will not. The rash fool bought my entire stock of corrupted crystals without a second thought. How can I put any faith in such utter lack of discernment? Oh, never mind. Luckily, we cannot fail this negotiation check, unlike the Matsya situation. That's the point he would believe a fellow Eorzean? Okay, sure. Which, like, if you heard about a race of people who do trade to make people happy, and then you heard about an Eorzean from Eorzea who is more likely to be vindictive and, like, spiteful. Bizarre. Okay. You selected it. Well, now that changes things. Considering your wealth of experience in both Eorzea and Tural, yours are eyes I can trust. Genuinely nonsense. Genuinely, what does the Warrior of Light know about being a merchant? Sure, fine. I see we have your attention. Then without further ado, allow me to present to you my premium selection of high-quality alpaca hairbrushes. The bristles are firm yet supple, gentle on the skin, and exceedingly pleasant to the touch. Even the most sensitive alpacas can't get enough of it. Indeed, I dare say these brushes are of unparalleled quality. We already have brushes for livestock in Eorzea. Furthermore, the market is limited to farmers, all but squandering any chance to profit. I will not purchase a product merely because it is of good quality. What if you could use it on your own hair? Sure. Why not introduce alpacas to the Eorzean market? Feels like a whole thing. And JR, thank you so much for re-upping your sub with us for 23 months. I really appreciate that. And Pixie, thank you for gifting that sub to Baser0913. Baser, if you're there, be sure to say thank you. You've got access to the whole suite of emotes, the whole 9 yards. You get it. Thank you, guys. What the heck? I promise I will not swindle you out of your hard-earned money. I must admit, as a merchant, it is important to always make oneself as personable as possible, yet I am confused as to why you would ask. Ah, so people can use the brush as well. Then may I try it for myself? If it is a quality product for men and women of good taste, then the potential market would expand considerably. Pixie wanting that 3 months of Apple TV. Oh, that's actually a point. It's not something that I think is like terribly salient, but if you do gift a sub during this time, you will get for free 3 months of Apple TV, which, not gonna lie, I was more impressed with the Crunchyroll turnover, but there's apparently some good shows that Apple TV put out, so, you know, maybe check it out. Oh my god. The sound effect for hairbrushing is... Oh my! This is quite lovely. The way the bristles gently caress my scalp, each stroke gliding through my hair like a gentle breeze, and somehow every strand falls perfectly into place. My hair has never felt so soft and smooth. You already got the offer from another stream? Well, then I appreciate the gifted sub without any other incentive, Pixie. Yes, consider me interested. I dare say the brushes will sell themselves to those with a like-minded taste for elegance. Now, let us discuss payment. By my estimation, a single brush would be worth roughly 10,000 pel, give or take. This is some smooth writing, right? Like the fact that Napoli was saying that it is worth 10,000 pel, right? And so the idea is that Gigimolu, being a merchant of some ability, is able to instantly, like, figure that out. But also, like, what nonsense? Like, as if the, like, a unit of currency could be so deterministic. Like, how can you possibly figure out that that brush is worth 100,000 gil or 10,000 pel? Like, sure. He has his hair in a ponytail, but has never used a hairbrush? He could just be using his hands to put it back, right? Ah, speaking of worth, I forgot to mention one terribly important detail. The bristles are made with the hair of a creature indigenous to Tural, the Ulan. Specimens are painstakingly chosen for each brush by a master craftsman, paying close attention to the beast's age as well as the texture, thickness, and strength of the hair. I'd say a single brush is worth no less than 2 pel in the 100,000s column. So saying 2 million, right? 2 million gil. I beg your pardon? 200,000 pel for a brush? You must be out of your mind. I shall take my business elsewhere. Wait, after purchasing... Okay. So Nopli had previously said that they were going to try and sell it to Gigimolu for 100,000 pel. So I was like, oh, that's weird. Did I misread that? Why is he saying 200,000 pel? So Nopli is like, wait, after purchasing the corrupted crystals from you, I'm in urgent need of funds. If you agree not to disclose this to anyone else, I'm willing to sell the brushes to you for half that price. Making Gigimolu think that they've gotten an incredible steal. You'd go so far as to offer them at half their market price, and it certainly comes as no surprise that you lack capital. I may not find a more opportune bargain. This is not... Sure, okay. Very well, you have yourself a deal. I shall use all the pel I have on hand to purchase as many brushes as you can offer. Except you said you weren't going to let him purchase all of it, nobly. So... To think the man I swindled would offer me such a bargain. The Pelu may make for better customers than they do merchants. Okay, Gigimolu. Now then, let us return to my storehouse in Watchin Pelu to finalize our transaction. I trust that is fine with you, Gigimolu? Indeed. I shall make a short detour to Ikuvlo's Inn to gather my things before joining you. Pray excuse me. The negotiations went rather well, if I do say so myself. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. But now the negotiations can truly begin. We should hurry back to Watchun Pelu as well. I mean, I presume what's going to happen is that Nopli is going to offer the brushes and also say, take back the corrupted crystals. There is a real question of why Yimolu brought them. Like, that's really bad business sense, right? Like, why did he bother bringing, like, radioactive freaking cobalt across the sea? Like, it's just a weird thing to do. Like, oh man, I have with me my crate of slightly melting, like, AAA batteries that don't work anymore. I sure do hope I can sell it to someone in Canada. Like, what? Well, I mean, like, obviously a more accurate comparison would be, like, the United Kingdom across the ocean, right? But, it is just a weird business practice to be like, I'm purposefully going to bring truly worthless product across the ocean. And it's good to see you, Red Rebecca. All that remains is the final exchange. Dear Nopli truly is a generous soul. I do not know how they're going to end this, but I worry it's not going to be incredible. There you are, Elish. Now that we're all assembled, let's continue our discussion. What is there to discuss? The deal is already agreed upon. All that remains is the exchange of goods. Are you sure? Even if I told you that the actual value of a brush is a single pel in the 10,000s column? What? You deceived me? Oh, no, nothing of the sort. I merely followed your example. I do personally believe that a single brush is worth 2 pel in the 100,000s column. I also urgently need funds after purchasing those crystals. But more importantly, the brushes are of unparalleled quality. To think... What? I do personally believe that a single brush is worth 2 million gil. No, please! That is a bad argument. Fine. Okay, whatever. We love the writing in Dawntrail. I mean, there's side quests in the past that make me tear my hair out before. It's fine. To think I would be outfoxed by the man I took for a fool. Yet why tell me its true value now? Had you remained silent, you could have made back all the money you lost. I find that a strange question. Are we not both merchants? Rather than prey on one another, hoping to make our fortunes in a single exchange, would it not be mutually beneficial for us in the long term to become trade partners? Yeah, scalpers who buy up all of the boba from that one place doing that cross promotion with Final Fantasy XIV for the, like, King Porksea codes. Would it not make more sense to make mutually beneficial transactions as merchants? As far as I'm concerned, this is a chance I can't afford to let slip away. Foreign merchants willing to sail all the way to Tural are far and few between, and I certainly won't have the wherewithal to travel to Eorzea myself anytime soon. After all you've done, you would ask to be my trade partner. I ply my trade in a city called Ul'dah, where the unspoken rule of business is to deceive or be deceived. To seize what opportunities you can and quickly move on. Long-term profit have ever been the furthest thing from my mind. When I first saw you, Nopli, I could sense your naivete. Thus did I approach you with a mind to exploit it, and pawned my worthless corrupted crystals into your eager hands. At the time, I thought it simply business as usual. And yet, I am wholly embarrassed by the thought of it now, that you would use the same ploy against me, and for even greater profit, makes it all the more shameful. Nobly, I am truly sorry for deceiving you. I shall return all the money. Wow, all's well that ends well. Don't worry about it, friends. I shall return all the money I took from you, and make what amends I can for the trouble I've caused. I do not deserve your forgiveness, let alone your partnership, but if you're certain that is the best course, I am. But forget about the money. I'd like you to bring back more of those corrupted crystals. Nobly, you cunning son of a bitch. If I can find some use for them, we'll have a product that can be easily sold for a premium, and we can corner the market here at Tural. Nobly! I'm happy to oblige, but until such time that the crystals become profitable here, I could not proceed in good conscience without a product we can both benefit from. If it please you, I'd like to explore our options. Monopolies are not good. Lads, do not masquerade off of doing a morally beneficial thing when the reason why you are doing it is to secure a monopoly. Monopolies are bad. I couldn't have convinced Gigimolu without your help, Elish. Together, I believe he and I can bring others happiness through trade, not only in Tural, but Eorzea and beyond. I've prepared a small gift for you to show my thanks. Though it is hardly enough, I hope this is of some benefit to you during your travels. And if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to find me. I guess... just the money, right? And his little Lala heart grew 2 sizes that day. I mean, you know what? The point of Dawntrail is that every outcome is the best possible outcome so far, right? So, and I will enjoy one hydrate. Thank you, Kinsey. Okay. Let's do the Night World Silver piece. I don't think any of this food is worth it, so I will not take it. No! Shit. Okay, I forgot. It's fine. Okay. We've seen this cutscene. I love you, Noplay. Goodbye. So let's knock out this other one. How many blue quests do we have in a zone? So 3 more including this one. We might speed it up, so we just do the quests necessary to unlock flying. We'll see, because that one was not bad for the contextual world building. I do think it did a lot to help us create a cohesive whole. But I don't know that I'm willing to dedicate this much time to each one, right? Flying quests first, you agree? Alright, we'll do that. A traveler to the rescue. The flustered merchant appears desperate for help. Oh, thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Mamoja mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. But no sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chabayukek and save him. Okay. Am I about to meet my new favorite character? Because foolhardy mercenary willing to get himself into a lot of trouble has like a lot of good DNA. Kishna! It's good to see you, my friend. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's okay. I do always treat Red Mage as a bit of a melee DPS, which is a bad idea. It does make me happy. Oh no! I think the Silver Lobo hides used to sell for decent. I do not remember if they still sell for anything. Sure. What good is raw star quartz? And I think silver ingots sell for like hundreds, so it's not that big a deal. because I was doing some other stuff beforehand that filled my inventory with like new items and stuff. It's fine. Listen, it's fine. We'll sort it out later. It's totally fine. But that does sound delicious, Kishna. I can hardly believe my eyes. You felled those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. We do know that the Mamulja do have a very warlike culture, right? So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Aww. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Once I've assessed what's worth taking, I'll take as much as I can and head back. I hope he turns out to be a legit hero. I don't know how many of you guys did the Allied Societies in Heaven's Ward, but there is a NAF, or is it VAL? I think it's NAF. There is a NAF who ends up becoming like your little apprentice, your little NAF adventurer friend, and he like goes with you and like fights the One Mind and stuff. And I honestly love that little guy. He's so cute. You may have tear gassed the house. As someone who notoriously cannot handle spicy things, Kishnok, I get that. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamulja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seemed to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell some Mamulja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Tural as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We will have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Okay, so he doesn't necessarily open immediately into a side quest around here. Maybe he'll be like a Allied Society quest here or something. I am looking at that unlikely Inspector quest, though. And y'all know I love frickin' Inspector Briardian, right? So... The only bug that Elish likes? Which bug is that? Okay, we'll move on. Oh, of course, the Nath and the Bat. Yeah. I mean, it helps that they don't look like bugs, right? Like, they look like little humanoids, which is a big up. Looks like we're gonna need to run an ad break pretty soon here. So I might do it now at the division point. You know the drill. It's anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. And when we return, doing a little bit more odds and ends, doing a little bit of bookkeeping. Thank you guys all so much for being here, whether it's you doing the work on your getting ready for raid, or if it's just vibing out after the patch day. I'll see you all soon. Now. Thank you, Mestia. And thank you guys all so much for your patience and for hanging out. Those ad breaks obviously help me directly, but it makes sure that Mr. Twitch is happy. It sometimes gives us uninterrupted time of stream, and sometimes it doesn't, because Mr. Twitch decides when the ads go. Also, I do want to say really quickly, if you aren't aware of it at this exact moment in time, there is a current plan based off of the normal raids, the Arcadion raids, and the sort of splash screens that they do for the fighters, to do something potentially similarly inspired for people who watch the stream and want that kind of thing immortalized during the break screen. So we might be taking some of the other elements and removing them in favor of a new challenger approaches kind of energy. So if that's the kind of thing that you're at all interested in, the ! travel command still works just as well. And without further ado, let's get rocking and rolling. There is something to be said as well for doing the, advancing the crafters and gatherers quests, which I intend to do. But that's mainly because I want to gather treasure maps and not because I want to do any actual crafting myself. The flame burns no more. Merfurler regards you with a mixture of reverence and uncertainty. Great and mighty Elish, I have heard tell of your victory over Valley Garmanda. You protected our land, and for that, I, Merfurler, express my deepest gratitude. I wish only that I could have seen the battle with my own eyes. I love the Yakhoi. Have I mentioned that I love the Yakhoi? As a warrior of the Yakhoi, I cannot fathom how one of your diminutive stature laid low the fearsome Skyruin. Thus do I ask if you would demonstrate your martial prowess. Ah, they're even giving us a go kill 5 wolves and bring back 5 wolf heads narrative. I thank you for this honor. Of late, hulking monsters have been sighted south of the Shades of Grief, endangering all who travel along the road. I bid you snuff out this threat, that I might see for myself how you subdue your foes. I shall go there now. Join me when you are prepared. 7.1. Introducing Yakhoi clan with cyber clones and regulators. No! I mean, obviously they've already made the bit about how the Yakhoi are basically Tural's Ishgard, and I do not have a problem with that. If that feels a little too reductive, I mean, I understand, but I genuinely love that comparison, and I love the Yakhoi. Like, I love these boys. I think a part of it too, though, is that the Yakhoi are living in a no, I will not do random fates along the way. I will not do random fates along the way. The Yakhoi are living in like a very post sort of wartime condition, and one that ostensibly had and sort of a lot of the same conclusions that Ishgard had, right? The fact that like it doesn't matter who's responsible, it doesn't matter who struck the first blow. What matters is that we cannot continue paying for the crimes of our forefathers. So, is this still all new X-Pac stuff? It is Kishnok. The new expansion has been wild. This is not MSQ, but this is stuff that technically I could have been doing in the past. It's just what it is. Glad am I to see you did not lose your way. As for this one, it made the mistake of picking a fight with me. There was another, but unlike its comrade, it had the good sense to flee. Not far, however. It stalks us from the shadows, yet thirsting for blood. These beasts are formidable indeed, possessed of strength equal to their keen senses. I would have you hunt down the one that remains. Follow its tracks to the southwest. Doubtless it will reveal itself to what it will see as a smaller, less challenging foe. And like, I don't blame them, right? Referlers big, we're small. Referlers right, we're wrong. Referlers smart, we're dumb. You get it. The beast fled to the southwest, but hunger will compel it to strike again. Show me how you overcome the disadvantage of your size. Damn, talk about calling me short a lot. Is this what Lalafels feel like? God, I love Red Mage. God, I wish Red Mage was a melee DPS. It's fine. Lalas don't have real feelings, I see. No, we tell you to overcome the difficulties of being too tall. Ah, I see, Fia. Thank you. Impressive, Elish. Not once did you falter before the towering Hualapen. Quick to react and adapt you were indeed. Yes. I have seen all that I needed to see. Now that the threat is no more, let us return to Warlar's Echo. I want Referler to challenge us to a duel. I want us to go back to Warlord's Echo, and for Referler to say, I couldn't have defeated Valley Garmonda, but I want to fight you. But yeah. Was really hoping for a Green Mage as the new caster. Big Mace's hammers go bonk. I will admit, I want a tank limited level. And I know that's a very silly thing to say because tanks are tanks, right? But like the Beastmaster, I'm sure will be cool. I'm very excited for whatever they come out with it. I love Blue Mage. I think Blue Mage is phenomenal. And right, like that's the other thing is that like there's still Blue Mage stuff to come. It's just I just want a boy with a sword and armor as the limited job, which is impossible. I'm sure there's nothing that quite fits that inside of the Final Fantasy XIV canon. But there you go. I do remember people absolutely losing their minds over how it was going to be Green Mage. The fact that they were just like, tee-hee, it's not Green Mage, it's just a magic USB earring, does feel bizarre to me. But who am I to judge the brilliance of Yoshi? Whips, that's true. We did already go over the many RP applications of whips. This has been an enlightening experience for me. Not often am I granted the chance to witness a warrior whose skill far surpasses my own. For years I have served as guardian of Carriorazar the Gracious, watching over the seal placed upon Valley Garmonda. Oh, is Merfurler going to explain why he didn't attack Zaralja? I would have aided in the feat of ice too, had the Sky Ruin not rendered our plans meaningless. You see, it is the duty of the Temple Guardians to drive off the dangerous creatures drawn to Valley Garmonda's energies. At times, it was all we could do to shield the frozen Vidral from swarms upon swarms of beasts. But now that Valley Garmonda has been laid low, we Guardians have nothing left to guard. Your settlement? Of course, this is cause for celebration. Urkopacha, nay, all of Tural, need no longer fear the Sky Ruin's destruction. And yet, a part of me felt otherwise. Deprived of purpose, I relinquished my position. Personally, I wouldn't mind if someone made my job unnecessary. Bakul Jaja does have a lot to answer for. Even though he's helping us now, he does still No one else is to blame for my feelings of inadequacy. It is something I must work to overcome. Okay, but he did let free the Tural Vidral who threatened to kill all civilization here. Like, Merfurler, I get it. That's very, like, Zen of you, but also. That's very turn the other cheek of you, but also. At any rate, I thought seeing you in action might move me to seek my next passion, or at the very least, provide inspiration for a new combat technique. But given your squishy, hairless body, I remained skeptical until I observed your power firsthand. Merfurler, I'm about to whoop your ass! I would also be remiss not to praise your economy of movement. Always thinking ahead, looking for the shortest route to victory. Merfurler, are you picking a fight right now? What calling has led you to develop such commendable skills? Oh, is Merfurler going to be an adventurer? Ah, so you are an adventurer. Does that mean your life's purpose is the pursuit of adventure? How intriguing. Alas, much as I would love to hear your many tales, I will not keep you. When next you have a moment, however, it would be my honor to speak with you at length. I do like Merfurler still. He's a cute boy. We will definitely be back to do your quest. Are you going to become the Yakhoi Allied Society boy? Okay. Whips for the BDSM mage. Leathers for the leather throne. He needs universal basic income is what he's saying. You know what, Theo? And good for Merfurler. We all should have universal basic income. What comes next? Denisar, as much as it might feel like I'm a Final Fantasy XIV streamer, I do stream other games. So this week we have posted our schedule, but tomorrow we're going to be doing Soma, which is a horror game inspired with artificial intelligence and post-apocalypse motifs. And then Thursday we're going to be doing The Life and Suffering of Sir Bronte, which is another narrative-inspired game that I think might be playing a little bit more with Ishgard's themes. So both of those are going to be happening this week. Friday we'll probably pick up any of the other role quests, crafters quests, things that we're not doing today. And yeah, that sort of influence is going to be inspiring what we do in the future. Obviously, we've been thinking about Project Zomboid. We've been doing a little bit of stuff on Legend of Zelda in the background, because that's a cultural touchstone for a lot of people. And just, thinking about Bozia, doing some more stuff on that front. So there's a lot of things that we're doing here. But yeah. Stream other games like Fire Emblem. You never finished 3 Houses. Kishnok. My lack of finishing Fire Emblem 3 Houses on stream does haunt me. There's another game that, completely unrelated to Fire Emblem, called, oh my gosh. I was about to say Vinland Saga. That's not it. V Rising. That's not it. It's like a V name? Is it a V name? Am I crazy? Valkyria Chronicles. So I wanted to go over Valkyria Chronicles because to me, the Grand Company squadrons are so obviously inspired by Valkyria Chronicles that I wanted to talk about the similarities, and I was going to use footage of it to do a different video on that front. But Valkyria Chronicles would definitely be after Fire Emblem. So yeah. Ooh, best viewers on 9to6uk.com. Hell yeah. I would love the best viewers in the entirety of the United Kingdom. All I have right now is Pixie. Let me go ahead and do that. What must you do for me to play Final Fantasy IX? I guess purchase me a copy of Final Fantasy IX would expedite the process. We could do that as well. We are looking at all of the other potential content that'll be coming out, so your best bet to get me to play any other game is going to be during the lulls. But yeah, either that or just give us enough time, right? Oh, that's all it is? Pixie, it's all in good fun. It's a bit of tongue-in-cheek. Anyways, before I put my entire leg down my throat, let's talk to Garhorlor. An illuminating ritual. Garhorlor is eager to lighten things up around here. Hail, visitor. Care to partake in one of our customary rituals? Danny Sar, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Memexis, to Beautiful Crow, to Captain Phoenix 24, Waffles O'Malley, and Viking Penguin 45. Alright. We'll talk about Final Fantasy IX. We'll talk about it. I'll write a special note down on my special list of things to talk about. But, yeah, okay. Next sub tier 2, yeah. The sub goal met. Need more Final Fantasies? You got us? Gah! You don't know how to get me the game, but when the time comes, hit you up on Discord. Danny! Ridiculous. Alright, we're gonna keep rocking and rolling. But I do appreciate that, my friend. Fun fact, that does unlock us more emotes that we can do on animated and other sides, so there you go. Yeah, no need to expedite it or anything. But now if you never play it for me, I'll be filled with guilt, and that is enough for me. Denny, you acted like that freaking Pelu merchant we just dealt with, Nopley, the guy who was like, I just swindled you, so that way you can learn the error of your ways. I'm watching you, Denny Sar. Hail, visitor. Care to partake in one of our customary rituals? Fret not, for your part to be played is a simple one. You see, the illuminations here in Warlord's Echo make use of glowstones, a rare and precious mineral found only through mining. On occasion, we offer up prayers in the hopes that their light remains strong and bright. First, I would ask you raise a hand to the saltwater jar and pray for light everlasting. Ooh, this has got a little bit of the blessed on the first vibes, right? Strange though it may seem, I assure you it is a necessary step in our ritual. Now, great warrior, slayer of Valley Garmonda, open your heart and focus. Be not shy, warrior. Raise your hand to the jar and focus. Pray for bright light. The people of the first would have a field day with this ritual. It appears your feelings were heard loud and clear. Let us proceed to the next step. Now that the salt water has received of your prayers, you need merely sprinkle it upon the glowstones scattered around the village, and the ritual will be complete. Okay. Take the salt water imbued with your energies and sprinkle it upon the glowstones scattered around the village. Yeah, alright, sure. Are we going to be transporting it? No, we just have the item in our inventory. 3 enchanted salt waters. Your fervent prayers have given it a strange aftertaste. Or maybe that's just the salt. Hilariously, salt is seen as a purifying ingredient in a lot of cultures. So, Ishgardian holy water, anybody? You identify with the Pelu more than you care to admit. Short, annoying, and smartass. Perfect. We'll have to chat, Denisar, because now that you're home, we're quite, generally speaking, close together. I will not further elaborate on that, but we definitely need to have a couple of conversations. How fare the murals? For a blessing, well, I am sure the Yakhoi probably have like a big cultural veneration of of like masonry as well, right? In much the same way that Houses of Mile is appreciated in Ishgard, like the fact that the murals and the architecture here is such a big part of Yokoi life. I have not watched Lost Boys the movie yet. Have these glowstones always been here? Or did they show up just for this quest? Also, Zerfurlar, how you doing? We haven't talked since Valley Garmanda. The new Dawn servants and their allies have already vanquished the Sky Ruin and defeated an invasion. We may need several pillars to record these deeds in their entirety. Yeah, but you might want to invest in a wall at this point. Have I watched Good Omens fully yet? Oh my god. Pixie, you know I haven't. I don't know. I feel guilty whenever I stop to just watch something. I watched the Scarlet Pimpernel the other day. I say the other day, I mean months ago now. And that felt indulgent and luxurious of me, you know? Lost Boys is a comedy vampire movie, basically. It's bad, but it's funny in the way it's bad. We do like a bad movie. Okay? Watch party then? Very, very much on the table. Pixie. You barely watch movies, but your friends made you watch it while you were in San Francisco. Okay. We were just talking about you, little guest. The brave and fierce warrior who slew Valley Garmanda. Is it bad that when I read the name Glowstone, I think Minecraft? I am truly relieved that none of my loved ones were hurt, and I understand I have you and yours to thank for felling Valley Garmanda. Know that I shall pass down your heroic deeds to my children, and so too will they to their own. We still can't enter into your house, and I understand it is a weird thing for me to say I saved your children's lives, let me into your house, but I do want to see the inside of your house, please. Your Gerwer. The wounds I suffered when the Sky Ruin broke free have fully healed at last. I'm eternally grateful to you and your battle companions. Had you not slain the Tural Vidral, I likely would be suffering still. Oh, of course! Valley Garmanda's fires burned as long as Valley Garmanda was alive. Weird. Now that I think about that, actually. You'd watch Last Boys again? There's a lot of little movies that I think would be cute to do watch parties with. And then another thing is board games. Not to, you know, tease Top Hat Dictator, but there was a really good board game I played recently called Deadly Dowagers, and Deadly Dowagers was so freaking funny. It was also just like a good board game, so there you go. The vow of resolve has made her return. By all accounts, she is every ill the daughter of Gul'Dash. The invaders inflicted serious wounds, but the Dawn servants are no strangers to trials. I have faith that they will overcome these hardships. Has anyone found where the Scions are? Are they anywhere in Shock or Yoktural? In the coming years, I believe Karyozar the Gracious may become a place dedicated to teaching our young of the heroes who laid the Sky Ruin low. With its foul presence gone, may Tural enjoy years of peace and prosperity. There's still every chance in the world that a new Tural Vidral will rise up, right? Like, oh, we can't come in here now, you big jerks. We don't have a gatekeep to open the doors. I'm sure when we get flying, we will. But yeah, there is something to that, right? think when we turn this one... Yeah, this is our last one. I see you have successfully completed the trial, and for that, or the ritual, and for that you have my thanks. Likewise, my fellow Yakboy will be glad to know that an outsider has shared in our culture. When mining the peak for glowstones, we occasionally discover shellfish fossils. Some have wondered if perhaps this tall mountain was once submerged beneath the waves many long lifetimes ago. The stone's radiance is a reflection of their joy, shining all the brighter when offered water that smells of the sea. Or so the story goes. Thus was our little tradition born. Knowing that it is the will of a great warrior that now illuminates our humble village, our spirits are sure to lighten as well. Suffice it to say, we are fortunate indeed you are willing to join in our prayers with an open heart. May the light of the glowstones ever guide your steps. Super cute Garhor lore. Hell yeah. Alright. And now... where's the alpaca? There they are. Known as a Pelu Pelu merchant's best friend, the alpaca has long been raised as livestock of the indigenous mountain regions of Tural. They are prized for their wool, a staple material in regional textiles, as well as their sure-footedness, which sees them both employed as pack animals and cavalry mounts. You know, just like a chocobo. You can take an alpaca to water, but you can't make it drink. Catch me. Fair enough. Let's get up in here. Because now that we can get in here, I'm curious. No, we can't? Oh, betrayal! Betrayal! Oh, no! I want to go inside Carriorazar! I can't believe this. Heartbreaking. It's fine. Okay, on to the next zone. Let's do Kozama Uka, because that's going to be where the Hanu Hanu is. Love the fluff, but alpaca's pretty alright. Fake hole. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying fake hole. Can you believe this? SMH my head. I cannot fly here yet, but you can get fluff butt yourself. Hot fluff butt action in your area. Oh! Oh my god, did you hear that little the alpaca gives when you get off of it? Oh my god. The Rite of the Winds Chosen. Lanu Hanu needs help performing an honored tradition. We can get his armor now. I'm not going to get his armor now because I need to spend the tomestones on other things. But we can get his armor now. Oko highly Elish. Of course I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Wuklamat's companions? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. I'm Lanu Hanu, and I have the honor of being the Wind's Chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festive float. Oh, hell yeah, Lanu Hanu. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Sure. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard? It is customary among the Wind's Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. Oh, that's good world building. All of the feathers on the Landsguard armor is feathers from the Hanu Hanu. It might actually make the Landsguard have better ethereal conductivity for wind aether, in the same way that the dragon scales help protect people from tempering by virtue of the aether density of Vritra and other dragon scales. I wonder if the Hanu feathers might protect the Landsguard from tampering. Interesting. You can dye it after you do Savage or wait several months. Wait, I can dye the Landsguard armor after we do Savage? At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to Okhanu to receive our offering. But there's much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I am interested in becoming friends with the local knights. Thank you, Lanuhanu. I would start with a small task if you're willing. Nahanshi is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. Nahanshi was due to arrive a while ago, but he seems to be running late. I'll stay here in case he comes. Can you search the road for him? Absolutely, my boy. You have to augment the armor with Savage drops. Oh, I see. Us doing Savage? I would never dream of it. Not gonna lie. The alpaca's kind of like a horse, I guess. You're looking for me? You're not a Hanu, unless you're bolting something awful. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now that you've found me, I suppose I better get on with it. Oh, I don't know that I'm giving Nahanshi the right voice now. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, use these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging around crates of supplies. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanuhanu then. Nahanshi, I'm about to whoop your ass. And then you'll get to enjoy using the muscle of yours to carry you to the infirmary. I'm not gonna lie, Wirebone. I forgot that's why people do savages. I thought I was just coming here to pick up some feathers. My superiors didn't say anything about helping someone. You found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. And I will enjoy the Dawntrail. Thank you, Madison. Firstly, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Nahanshi. As the one's chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the Landsguard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent, yes? Then come with me to the center of Okhanu, where you can behold the entire village at once. What a load of... Not gonna lie, the fact that when we were doing Dawntrail at the beginning, I was sounding a little bit like Nahanshi, and now I'm like, come on, Nahanshi, is good storytelling, right? Like, the design here is clever. Perhaps you've seen this site, perhaps not. Either way, feast your eyes upon Okhanu. My posture is, a little vague. Good evening, 11's 2020. Take it all in. This is Okanu. As you can see, our homes are made from wood and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch flame, and if they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Okhanu is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well, and when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Landsguard to cull them. Do you now? I always thought hunting duties was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Okhanu would thank you. Now for the reason you came, the feathers of the winds chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Landsguard. The design evokes the image of Hishaihi, the great bird revered by all Hanu Hanu. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that makes the soldiers appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Landsguard's varied needs. Yeah, seriously. Like a, don't you wish you had this armor? So without further ado, let us begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gate to the southeast. Fine. I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. It's because I do so much weightlifting, and I'm so strong and masculine. It's me, the Hanshi. That went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment, Elish? I would like to hear your opinion of the Hanshi. He really doesn't want to be here. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Landsguard troop who comes to receive this gift, and we're meant to fix it. Okay. So, if you guys are not aware, like, conceptually of the idea of boot camp, that's probably because you don't spend your time thinking about, like, knighthoods and squires and the modern changing away from that, like, sort of master and apprenticeship relationship with the industry of violence, and that's fine. That's actually quite normal. Don't waste your time thinking about that. But the idea behind boot camp in the modern military-industrial complex is to break down the idea of individual, so that way when an order is given, that the person who has undergone the training will just follow the order, right? And that has myriad positive applications in the idea of saving a life, and that has myriad negative implications as well. But the idea of, like, taking boot camp and, like, reversing it, like, the idea of, like, taking, like, you know, pages and squires and knights and doing it the other way around, where, like, you're being forced out into a cultural society and being forced to participate in a cultural exchange to make you think in that particular way, is fascinating. Denisar is a more successful version of me in this regard, but in university, I was a legal scholar, and so undergoing LSAT prep and stuff like that, there was a lot of conversation about how law school and medical schools and all these other professions are in part trying to train the way that you think, alter the way that you think, so that way it's more in line with what you need for the profession in question. And so it is kind of a cute reflection, reciprocity. The Landsguard mentality is not beat shit up with stick, it's protect your peers and people. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Landsguard sends us troops whose rough edges want for polish, and the tasks we set before them serve as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. but working alongside someone as capable as you, Nahanshi may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate, and while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us a secret. Hell yeah. Hey, Doombringer. If you're still around, ask Top Hat if they played Deadly Dowagers. And if you're not still around, you couldn't possibly hear this message. In which case, I've always... I wanted to say something negative, but I didn't have anything negative that I'd actually be willing to say. The feathers we send the Landsguard are for decorative purposes, and since they can lay untouched for quite some time, they aren't fit for use on the boat. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. Me, Nahanshi, strongest man alive and too cool for doing a important ritual. The Hanu might think this bird god is worth all this trouble, but I just want to get it over with. Alright, we will fix Nahanshi's attitude, but unfortunately that's not going to be today. Instead, we've got more Aether currents to do. I do want to fix Nahanshi's attitude, though. I'm gonna be real with you. I am very curious to see what they do with it. Right for the offering. Anu Hanu wishes to share Okhanu's customs with its new visitors. You're Wukalamat's companion, aren't you? Kishiha smiles upon me. I had hoped the great bird would guide one of the village's saviors to me. You see, the time has come for us to make our customary offerings to Kishiha. It is a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You will join us then? Oh, that makes me so happy my feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest, and they must be so ripe that they fall into the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanuhali at the shrine. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest of Okhanu. Deliver 3 of them to Lanuhali, and you shall be welcome to join this most hallowed ceremony. Alright, it looks like we're on an ad break, or an ad break is coming. Let's see if we can't finish this quest before we go. In case you guys are curious, because I always love this, the Sky Watchers are actually relevant to hunt quests. A wise woman once said that she who does not pay heed to the skies will most surely get wet. Sound advice if you ask me. Would you like to hear what the skies tell us this fine day? And so it gives you the weather about all of the different zones, right? So it's telling you, like, that currently it's raining in Central Shroud, it's going to turn into fair skies next. And so you can use this data to, like, learn stuff about, like, specific hunts and specific spawns and things like that, which I think is really cool. Most of us do not use these days. Most of us have figured out that there is a formula and go to our Excel spreadsheets. But you can I do like that everything that you need is in the game. Votive fruit. This ripe, bluish fruit is said to be a favorite of Kishihi. Rhino beetle! Excuse me. I'm trying to gather fruit. Although that beetle might have wanted the fruit. have there been any updates to Island Sanctuary recently? Because not gonna lie, doing like ambiguous gather quest does make me think about Island Sanctuary and how I do at some point in time need to get back to like trying to decorate my... Ooh, I need to kill these boys. Level 90. Machinist it is. Get back to decorating it. No, there's been nothing. Heartbreak of heartbreaks. Who would win? Man with gun or literally toucan Sam? Okay. Back to Red. We should ride the alpaca. It's gonna be a little bit slower. But this is the thing, right? Is like, the first half of Dawntrail was very good. It was very good at saying, let go of your prejudices, let go of your preconceived notions. Like, I really liked the first half of Dawntrail. And then the second half started. Which, like, the second half isn't entirely bad, right? Like, we've talked about how it hit, like, a lot of really interesting notes, and it did, right? I'd rather successfully, I would argue, but, I don't know. I would say level 91 to 95 before Mamook was, like, tight, and then, you know. You see so many people say they hated the first half because it was too slow, but they enjoyed the second half, and I'm like, genuinely, Kitty Beans, that would be flabbergasting to me. Just like, I don't know, like, here's the thing. It's probably the same people who don't really pay attention to the lore, because I would understand why looking at this then and not paying attention to the lore might affect some of your opinions, right? Like, if you want to just, like, visual shorthand, a lot of this might be themes that you've never necessarily interacted with before. But also, like... Kozanu Aiki. A reed-woven statue of the Hanu deity Kishihai is ensconced here in the sacred place of worship. The shrine is believed to stand on sacred ground, a holy dry land, blessed by the sun's rays in an otherwise swampy terrain. Oh, okay. You preferred the second half, but you read all the lore. You can send me your 2 Nitro posts on it. You know what, Shay? I would love that, because I'm so curious to see why you would prefer the second half. Oh, hello! To what do I owe this honor? The votive fruits. Ah, Kishihai will be most satisfied with these. Today you are more than an honored guest. You are the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ihihana back to us, Kishihai is doubtless overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall be a powerful blessing indeed. Now, you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver the blessed fruit to Anu Hanu, and the ceremony will be complete. Go with haste. Take the blessed fruit to Anu Hanu, and the ceremony will be complete. I wonder if they make perhaps an alcohol out of it, or maybe use it as fertilizer? Because you can see the votive fruit being offered here, right? Blessed fruit. The smell emanating from this sack indicates Kishihai's blessing is powerful indeed. So, I have a friend, Soggy Cookie, who you've seen on stream from occasion, who has the, like, I believe the Allied Society reward is, like, you can get, like, a Vanu Vanu outfit. I'm like, would it be weird to show up here in the Vanu Vanu outfit? Like, it feels like the answer is yes. But asking for a friend. I believe I've gotten all the Aether cards as well. Yeah, we've got all the Aether currents for Kazama. We've got. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I prefer the idea of settlements amidst the wilderness. I just like, I don't know, bridges. That is an insane statement, but that has more to do with the steps of faith and then the big land bridge between Shock and Yoctoral there. You think you preferred the first half yourself, but not by a huge margin? Really, Wirebone? It was actually quite close for you. I don't know. I've gotten into a lot of arguments recently, and I'm sure by the time that I like post all of my thoughts on Twitter, that it will be far out of the public consciousness because people move on from these things very fast. But like, I do feel like all of Alexandria, to me, feels like you know what a TV is, you know what a motorcycle is. Which I mean, like, I guess that's true. I guess you didn't need to explain to me the motorcycles or the idea of a vehicle dealership, but like, welcome back. Was Lanu Hali impressed with your offering? Blessed fruit. So it's ripened. What is the story behind it? Ah, yes. I can feel Kishai's grace emanating from these. Thus, the ceremony is complete. The younger Hanu Hanu clamor to participate in this rite, you know. It's said that the fruit offered to Kishaihi becomes imbued with its divine spirit, and all who carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too. Though you travel far, I hope you feel enriched by the experience. Go with our gratitude, and may the wings of Kishaihi sweep ill fortune from your path. I think the first half is more cohesive since the second half asks you to believe things at a much larger exaggeration, but in terms of raw enjoyment, they might be close to you, with preference for the beginning. Interesting. Yeah, okay, no, we'll definitely chat about that. But, for right now, we are actually going to go on another very quick break. Y'all know the score. It's anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. And when we return, we're going to keep doing the Aether current quests, and either going into role quests or going into crafting quests. It's just whatever I'm feeling at that exact moment in time. But enjoy the sight of Alpaca Cavalry Elish. God. We will get every cavalry except for Horse Cav, huh? Alright, see you all soon. Bye! Okay, and we're back. Very quickly looking into the Discord, which we don't normally do too often. The Final Fantasy X Pelu Pelu, abso-freaking-lutely rock, can I say? Big fan. But yeah, let's go ahead and keep rocking and rolling with Earth and Shower. Get a little bit more flavor for those beautiful oil lamps, those individual pieces of art. Excuse me. Divine Inspiration. Oh no, this accessory is useless to me. Vendavok is in a flighty fright. Danger Straits! Danger Straits! Vendavok's Twinkle Crafter has gone missing. Vendavok asks all around the village, and some say that he went to pay a visit to the Imperius, the giant's prey place. But prey place is a danger place, full of friend-munching fiends. You are a fighter, are you not? Will you swordlend for Vendavok and save her dear Twinkle Crafter from certain doom? Vendavok for you, the world. It is Vendavok's duty to look after her Twinkle Crafter as best she can. But if she ventures into the Imperius to search for him, she will surely become fiend food. Please, Lowlander, you must hand lend. Oh, sure. Earthenshire truly is a different world. Which is interesting that this is Kozama Uka, right? Oh, I guess it isn't that interesting. Ergopacha is the home of the boys. Also, I will be right back. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, and we're back. We're going to talk to this wayward artisan who ostensibly is one of the people who work on the pots. You're looking for a Twinkle Crafter? That's me, most likely. I'm one of the Moblin's contracted artisans, specializing in jewelry making. Vendavok was concerned for my safety, you said. How kind of her to send me my own personal guard. I've ever been fascinated by the unique visual language of the Yakhoi, you see. I often visit this place to bask in its grand, imposing glory. Yet I have never once taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk within are far too dangerous to risk delving any further. But with you at my side, I can finally make a detailed study of the rest of the ruins. Such as what remains of them, of course. 500 years have come and gone since the giants returned to their ancestral lands, and they have not been kind to the creations they left behind. Yet some of the larger structures still remain. This impressive gate, for one. They say the Yakhoi towered yalms above even the tallest Chabral, but I wonder if their architecture might have played some part in exaggerating those tales. Its sheer sense of scale serving to inflate the giant's own. But enough speculation. Let us press on. We have much to discover. I've got bad news, my friend. If you think it's a tail, you are wrong. The Yakoi are frickin' massive. Also, there is a fate here quite regularly. Lads? Yeah, there's like a bunch of like bugs, not bugs, moles that are going to do damage to the Imperials. Pillars of stone overlooking the nave. Fascinating, isn't it? The simple combination of geometric shapes naturally draws one's eyes to the center, all the while maintaining a delicate balance. As the sun traversed the sky, so too would the shadows of the towers above paint patterns on the ground below. And not just any patterns, oh no. Calculations. Every stone cut in place with mathematical precision, dividing the movement of the stars and the changing of the seasons. A triumph of both form and function. True artistry. But wait, what's that over there by the cliff's edge? Quickly, with me! Do you think Vendavok did send us on purpose? Like, did Vendavok know this was going to happen? Because I hope... Thank you, and forgive me for racing ahead like that. I was so absorbed in examining every ill of this place, I clean forgot the reason I'd never done so before. But if anything is worth risking one's life for, it is surely this. Why, just look at this tower. It's a work of art. To the untrained eye, it may appear little more than a pile of stone, but look at how each brick is cut and positioned perfectly to align with its neighbors. And not a drop of mortar to hold them in place. The engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. They certainly inspire reverence in me. Yes, yes, inspiring reverence, that's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temples upon the cliff top, if not to make daily proof of their predominance over those who dwelled in the plains below, those who were beneath them in every way? You projecting something, wayward artisan? One cannot help but admire them, that their creations should awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries since they've been gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewelry craft has been cooling as of late, but now I am positively burning with inspiration. If the Yakoi's creation can echo through the ages, then so can mine, to Earthenshire and eternity. Maybe they like the view, yeah. I don't know, like, I mean, in the interest of fairness, there's definitely something to be said for people with too much time on their hands. I oftentimes cite Ken Follett's Pillars of the Earth. It's one of my favorite novel series because Ken Follett basically just has like a massive hard-on for like medieval history, medieval European history. And so he uses the idea of writing a novel as an excuse to justify him doing that. And a part of that is like he just really goes in depth into medieval British architecture and like he will spice things up because I think he was forced to by his editor. But there is something to be said for, you know, the Pillars of the Earth is nominally the name of like some columns that a stonemason was building to hold up the roof of a chapel. And I do think that's so fascinating, right? Of the like when you don't have a lot of entertainment, for lack of a better word, right? Like when you, culturally speaking, when your most like diverting enterprises are things like getting drunk and hoping that a joust is happening. There's something to be said for the idea of people's imaginations filling in things beautifully and poetically. But, big thanks for bringing the Twinkle Crafter back to us. Not only is he safe and well, but full of mind fruit too. He says that he found it in the giant's prey place. This need for mind fruit is common among the pot sworn. Some try to find it in history, some in nature, some even in firewater. It is our side of the pot pack to keep them well supplied with it, a duty that is a constant source of brain pain. Oh, but the ideas they come up with when they have it, such fresh thinking. Vendavok can't wait to see what our friendly Twinkle Crafter Wangle crafts next. Alright, Vendavok is heartwarmed to hear that the new Dawn Servant is a double servant. Every mobby in Earthenshire knows that teamwork is best work. Just look at all the wonder stuffs the help hands and craft hands build together. Okay, lads. Do you think if I opened it just to break it, that would be rude? All good pot packs must come to an end. Oh no. Movamuk is searching for a strange face to Earthenshire. You are Elish, are you not? He who has been strength-lending to Wooklamat? Could Movamuk ask that you strength-lend her in turn? The matter is this. Movamuk's craft hand is to retire after long years. He lip-slips that he intends to fancy-craft one last masterpiece before he does so, but for this he needs the hand-help of a strange face to the village. Anfroy is his name. He is always very murky-worded with his requests, so Movamuk is not sure what help hand he needs, but if you could exchange tongue flaps with him, she would be very, very happy with this. Hell yeah, Movamuk. Movamuk and Anfoy have pack shared for long years. Always Movamuk must think he guess what Anfoy needs, but this time she is stump-brained why he needs the help hand of a strange face. Uh-huh. Hey, Sathies. It's good to see you. Okay, not a real door. Not a real door. What? Oh, is he inside? Okay, gotcha. He's a real door. Bonjon Payne, how are you doing, my boy? Even with the fighting over, there remains much to be done. This is my home now, and I intend to take every advantage of my pot-sworn privilege to help Tural recover from the conflict. Yeah. Yes, I'm on for it. Do I know? Wait, aren't you the friend of the Third Promise? The adventurer from across the water who was asking about the pot packs? Yes, I see. Movamuk sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one, but it's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Movamuk. Oh, Anfroy wants to make, like, a gift for her or something. We'll catch you after, friend. Thanks for hanging out. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm not stalking her or anything. I'm interested in what she's interested in, her hobbies, her likes and dislikes, what she holds dear, and so forth. But for reasons that I'll share with you later, she can't know this. We've been working together for decades now, but now, as my pot pack is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her. But perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might. Remember, don't tell anyone that I'm the one who's trying to learn more about Movamuk. I can't risk her finding out before... Well, I'll tell you about that later. Artists, am I right? What are they even like? Movaluk and Hanfroy? Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patron's orders outright. It's not that she thinks him unequal to the tasks, you understand. Quite the opposite, in fact. She knows how exacting his standards are, and how discontented he would be if his work failed to meet them. So anytime a patron attempts to have him lower his standards, or design something differently to how he judges best, Movamuk will always leap to his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Anfroy's creations has not dulled at all in all the years they've worked together. I should think she likes nothing more. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, Wirebone? Yes, I can't think of anything Movamuk holds more precious than Anfroy and his creations. I'm trying to think of like a modern analog to this. Is this like the idea like someone is their agent, perhaps? Oh my god, I didn't realize these were beds. I didn't realize they slept in the pods. Hell yeah. Good night, everyone. Wonder deeds. Keep it up. And no one else has anything else to say. They're all too busy with their work. Fendavok, I'm gonna go ahead and spill all the beans. Nope, you don't care. Okay. Tarnatic. What does Movamuk value most? Her potsworn, of course. Any mobby who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasure he gave her heartside at all times. Or so she once lip-slipped to Tarnatic. He hasn't a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them. What might Movamuk's treasure be, Tarnatic wonders? And why hasn't Tarnatic's potsworn given him one? Oh. Local merchant. I am out of honeybee. Honeybee lovely. Prophesize. I am out of X potions. But that's fine. Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Movamuk? That's an easy ask. Movamuk never lip-flaps about anything other than her potsworn Anfroy. She says he is as good a tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker, and always playing crafty tricks. One day, Anfroy draws little arrows around the village, showing Potsworn how to leave Earthenshire without Help Hand's eye-catching them. Oh my god, what? Many laugh-minded pot friends follow the arrow and leave her secret hiding place in the woods. Mobbies are frighty feels over disappearing Potsworn. Potsworn come back all glitter teeth, but Help Hands are steam ears. All except Movamuk. She goes around the village saying guilt words to every mobby for Anfroy's sneaky trick. Deep heart, though, it is clear she is nothing but happy feels to have him back. Oh, that's super cute. Damn, okay. You think you're having a stroke? What's up, Sathas? If you are being serious, please seek medical attention. But if you're not, what's going on? Oh, Gobby speak. Okay. Listen, we love the Gobbies in this household. Ah, so you're back. What did you find out? I mean, listen. I want to make sure. Ha! She really thinks that much of me. They say that the Moblin Help Hands love nothing more than helping their chargers, and it seems it's true. Though it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. But that's not the only thing you learned, and I thank you for it. Do we ship Anfroy and Movamuk? You've given me exactly what I needed, so I suppose it's about time I told you what I needed for. The truth is... God, is Elish still hard at hand-helping? You thought similarly? I mean, listen, really good friends exhibit a lot of familiar traits, right? Yes, he is. So I'll thank you for not bothering us. You do remember that I specifically asked you leave me be until my work was complete? Always such angry words. Movamuk means no bother, just needs to do daily mob duty, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I'm telling you, I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end day of the pot pact, Movamuk will uphold her pact part. It is her duty as help hand. This is him looking away forlornly, being like, why do you always have to be so? You get what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Movamuk, but I'm going to have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with Elish is finished. Then Movamuk will do as Anfroy asks, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand-turn to other duties. If Anfroy needs her, he has only need to hail call. I'm saying they want to bump uglies. I'm saying that they want to smush tushes. I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools I've had to achieve my aim. That aim being to make a farewell present for Movamuk. Yeah, of course. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of pots sworn, her service hasn't lapsed an ill. Ah, when a mommy and a daddy, or a mommy and a mommy, or a daddy and a daddy, or two parental figures love each other very much, sometimes they get their freak on. Now that my service is coming to an end, I wanted to do something just for her, to thank her for everything she's done for me. Yet despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered that I didn't really know anything about her at all. I tried to speak with her to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off, said that her only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking. Perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the compact. Someone like you, and by all the gods, the plan worked. I have an idea for her present now. All that remains is to craft it. But without Movamuk's help, that might be a little more difficult than usual. If you'd be willing to play help hand a little longer, I'd make it worth your while. I'm sorry, I have more questing to do, literally anywhere but here. Okay, goodbye. Okay, so now... we can fly. Oh, I can taste the hunt trains. Goodbye, chat. You won't see me for 3 hours. Okay. Dawntrail it is. Leaving their romance hanging like that. I mean, here's the problem, Wirebone. I am doing this for extremely selfish reasons, right? Like, if I wasn't trying to unlock flying, absolutely we would be doing more of this. But flying. Aiming high, Hayat Rose seems to be taking your measure from afar, and appears pleased with what he sees. Hello there, Elish. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I've been wanting to speak with you if you have a moment. I'm her biological brother. This has no bearing for the rest of the plot, but I thought I should just get that out of the way at the top. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me on my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belonged to one of Lukmat's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy man, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you joined me. Just tell me what to kill. Why does it have to be me? I'm not going with that. Just tell me what to kill. Thank you, thank you. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters, and working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then let's be off. The hunting grounds are to the north. See you there. Okay. I will say, even the missions that are kill things, so far have not been disappointing. Our quarry is a Kyatia. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make it all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Oh my god, I thought he was saying we were going to cover ourselves in tree sap, not that the tree was going to be covered in tree sap. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Vatsaral Brash have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done, and good luck, Elish. What do you think the over-under is on Kayat Row? Just getting absolutely murked and us having to go find him. Not gonna lie, I thought he was asking us to hunt the tigers, and I was like, is that... Okay. Wait, why is my quest objective done? Well, colloquially known as the Kings of the Forest, even Vatsaro Brash can fall victim to overconfidence. Is that... But that's not the meat that we came out here for. Okay. You made it. I only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. What? This is a Vatsaro Brash. You went against it alone and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry brash out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. Oh my god. Have you tricked me into, like, a cunning con? Heh. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Brush, but they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. What are the Brethren of Brush? I still remember the day I decided I would be one of them. I was young and foolish and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up on me, fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. I was one of the Brethren of Brush. He saved me, and ever since I wanted to do the same, to watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the Brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I gather that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. That trial is as good as done. Oh, we didn't do determined. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Aw, sweet boy. Okay. Regrettably, I'm not here for you. I'm here for flying, so I'll have to come back for this. XOXO Gossip Girl. Wait. Oh, weird. The other blue quest is at the field. Hey, Marilyn. Dang! Is that the treasure mouth whale? Looking very snazzy. I will say, I'm not the world's biggest fan of the tie sticking out of the bottom of the vest, but it's not a bad looking glam otherwise. Is that Denny Sar, thank you for gifting that tier 1 sub to Pixie. What are you like? Okay, goodbye, my friend. Thank you for being here. Is that the outfit Kona wears, is what I was asking. Like, I can't remember. I think Kona has a cravat of some sort, but yeah. You couldn't hear my question over the alert. Yeah, sorry. We definitely need to go back and do some sound balancing. But yeah, is that the outfit Kona wears? Kona has the Sky Pirate outfit, if I remember correctly. Okay, hell yeah. It's a cute fit, no matter what. You know I'm a sucker for something with a tie. Wait, hold on. Do you remember the ethereal cannons on the top of the Dawn Blazer? They're a similar model to this ballista. We weren't wrong saying ballista. It's ballista inspired, it's partial ballista. But yeah. And now Pixie can enjoy ad-free viewing, and Denny Sar is third for gifted subs for the end of the year. You cool. I don't think that's the reason why you did it, but if it is, very simple. I do like making the airship landings, or in this case, the dirigible landings, into a whole thing. I am kind of sad that server transfers are done from the menus, and that, like, they don't have, like, a cute animation of you, like, flying on an airship to be a representation of that. Secrets in the Cinderfield. The young Chabral needs someone to follow a suspicious individual. You were wrong. He was wearing the level 90 machinist artifact here. Good to know, JR. Thank you. Oh there, friend. I require someone with a stealthy tread to help me shed light on a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently, I've observed one of the older residents of Yggdrash coming and going from the Shobrate Cinderfield. Quite unusual, since that place is nothing but a barren wasteland ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private affairs, so I can't ask the others about it. But if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfield around this time. Once you find something, stick to his tail. But don't get too close, or else this will all be for nothing. Yay! We love the stealth missions. They're our favorite. They're so easy and also fun. Are you ready for the word of our Lord and Savior? I swear to God, Hisoka, if you're coming in here with the greatest serpent of Tural lore, I will absolutely time you out. I won't actually time you out. I don't know how to do that. That would be the mod to do that. No. Okay. Who is your Lord and Savior, Hisoka? Uh-huh. You're here to sell encyclopedia on the Schmate merchant of Shimonka? Uh-huh. Yeah, I see. I see you. It is genuinely good to see you, Hisoka. How was, Savage Raiding? Is that not literally the leader of the village? "14 hours? You've seen P4S's second half once? Hell yeah. I'm glad you're almost done with the tier, though. God damn. Follow the elderly Chabral from a safe distance. Why did my brain turn off for a second? Follow the elderly Chabral from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed or you fall too far behind. You know it. It's the freaking stealth missions. Is someone there? Yeah. Oh no! Oh my god, I sense a hunt mark! It's just my imagination. Oh no. Oh no! To fulfill the quest or to get the hunt mark. Okay, I'll remember he's like somewhere over here. Don't go anywhere, buddy. And also, don't get killed in the meantime. That would be heartbreaking. I feel eyes on my back. Do you? Because my eyes are on a tree. It's just my imagination. God, everybody loves the very cool stealth missions. It's everyone's favorite part of Assassin's Creed. A very popular game that is definitely not failing to bring Ubisoft out of the hot water they're in. almost as popular as Phoenix, Immortals Rising. Oh my god, these boys are also hunt marks! Wait, northeast? Oh no, somebody did kill my hunt mark. Oh god. I'd better hurry. He's just gonna, like, clean gravestones or something wacky. That's rude. It's very touching when people do things like that. I just... Ugh. Just don't like the stealth missions. I should be safe here. Yeah? Safe from what, my guy? I got a lot of hunting to do, so can we hurry this up? Oh my god. The goods are in place. Now I just have to collect... Oh shit! Wait, are you actually doing something messed up? I guess I'm gonna have to murder you, old man. It's the B rank, yeah. It was a fast one. World's first was like 9 hours. Fun fights, but seems the usual first tier balancing is a bit too light this time around. Good to know, Hisoka. Not that I would ever do a savage raid, but I am curious, yeah. It's the B rank. Stealth missions are more funny when you use the largest mount you have, fair enough. Imagine doing so bad that the Japanese government is upset at your company. Wait, what? Sathis, what do you mean? Gah. Alright, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll be home in time for dinner. Yeah? What? Did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought. But I'm not doing anything wrong despite how this looks. I'm trading with Mamuk, all under the blessing of Hanmuruk. We have to be secretive about it though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuffs to Mamuk. Meats and vegetables that are hard to come by in their part of the woods. In return, we get Jatika leaves. Each party leaves their goods in carts and collects them when the other is out of sight. Why? For a while, after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger, but many of the Mamurja who were willing to embrace change have left for Tural. Those who remain bear old grudges. Oh, okay, so it's assuming you haven't done the Mamuk stuff. So we chose a path of discretion. Of course, I don't blame the people of Mamuk, even in Ikbrash. There are those who can't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes. But with relations between us and Mamuk finally warming up again, I may not have to do this job for much longer. Clandestine agreements may become open promises of a bright future. Any road, it's time I took my goods and returned home. If you could tell the lass you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovers it for herself. Weird, okay. Why is she going to pay me if I didn't find you? It be what it be. What? Oh yeah, let me kill these boys. Sathis, what are you on about? What am I trying to do? To be clear, not a dick, but yeah. Oh, excuse me. I thought I killed you. There was a B rank somewhere up here. It's probably been killed, but I do want it. So I'm gonna double check. Really? Holy moly, Sapphies. I didn't know. Also, is it bad that I thought this cart or war machine or whatever it was is the B rank? It's clearly just a piece of scenery. But I was like, the B rank. Alright. I'm gonna look up this boy. It's a name from my culture. It means beast from the underworld, after the good number of Chabral that has been dragged to their death. It uses its roots like grapnels, stabbing razor-sharp hooks into its quarry's flesh before reeling them in. After planting its seeds in their still quivering corpses, it'll lay them out in the sun till the next generation sprouts. Damn, turn me into a seedbed, will you? It's one of the main reasons why Chabral parents always warn their children never to go into the forest alone, lest they end up as Steinbeck's broodbed. Damn! Girl? Okay. Make me into your broodbed. So is that her only special move? Wow. Okay. There is a world in which if you don't properly manage that spinning attack, they go out of spawn like range distance and they reset. And that is a very funny world intellectually. Okay. It is metal, right? And no worries, Sapphies. I was just curious. Yeah, I hadn't heard anything about that before. Advanced Dawn Hunts. Okay, so that's going to be down below. Shaloni, Heritage Found, Living Memory. Okay. Shaloni, Shaloni. Oh no! I missed this hunt in Kozama Uka. Oh well. I'll get over it. Pixie, no! The Shobrit Cinderfield. For many years, the savage war between the Tural and the Mamuk raged back and forth across this scarred stretch of land. Siege armaments and defensive works yet litter the fields decades after the conflict's ends, and even the forest greenery seems hesitant to reclaim its ashen expanse. Oof. Oh no, looks like there's going to be another ad break. I'm just going to go ahead and run the ads now. You know the drill, it's anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes, but for the purposes of us finishing all of our Aether current quests, I'm just going to go ahead and keep rocking and rolling. So see you all very soon. Most of you should be subscribed at this point, actually, which is a fun thought. But yeah, okay. These guys, very cute. Very much not our friends, though, hey? Oh, there she is again. Oh wait, no, dang it, I went the wrong way! It's fine. You know, knowing that the llamas spit, and knowing that my llama can't spit, does make me very unhappy, I'll be honest with you. Like, what if I wanted a spitting llama? Squeenix? Why didn't you consider that angle? You're returned! Did you find out where he was going? He was secretly trading with Mamuk. He asked me not to say anything. And we don't know anything about her. And I don't dislike his cause. So, he was too quick for me. Really? Well, these things happen, I suppose. Nevertheless, I thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. You see, every once in a while I spot people feasting on Jatika bananas. They never say where they got them from, but if that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be the one smuggling them. But it's too soon to go around making accusations. I'll keep looking into the matter, and until I find the truth, let's both keep quiet about this, eh? Can't believe an old man managed to outrun the warrior of light. Shake my head. He was a slippery, sly old fox. As promised, you deserve a reward for your time. Safe travels! Oh my god, look at that XP bar. 1,752,000, excuse me, 17,525,481 out of 17,534,000 XP. Good. I need to kill like 2 things, but that's fine. Because we got more side quests. Chat, would you let a giant flower, let a giant seedkin turn you into a seedbed to propagate further seedkin? Asking for a friend. Never burn it? I see. Prudent Hunter. Beast of the Heartlands. This prudent hunter would appreciate your discretion. You're a traveler, are you? Could I ask for your help with something? I've got an itch right in the middle of my lower back, and I really need someone to help me get it. There are too many prying ears here. Come and meet me on the other side of Golem Magique Grove. I mean, I will be honest, so far out of all of the enemies that we've seen, the Necrosis do seem to be sort of our closest analog for a Ashkin, and every expansion I like finding my Ashkin enemies. But, we are looking for a hunt target out here. But I don't know where they are. Jatika Heartland. Oh my gosh, all of this territory is the Jatika Heartland? I'll come deal with these hunts after I freaking got flying. Absolutely not. What a terrible road mark. Yeah, it's somewhere in all of Tural. Go find it. Good, you made it. I need your help handling a small but quite irritating problem. Have you heard of Blue Leafkin? They were supposedly once Mamulja who are cursed for some misdeed or another. Those who believe in that sort of thing are terrified to make any contact, for fear they'll be cursed as well. Leafkin are not. I personally don't believe there's any truth in it, but that wouldn't stop people from thinking I was contaminated for crossing paths with one. For a blessing, Blue Leafkin generally keep to themselves deep in the forest, but recently one's been spotted wandering around these parts. That's why I need someone unbeholden to Mamook superstitions to dispose of it, and to speak not a word of the deed. The Blue Leafkin wanders through here regularly. You shouldn't have to wait long for it to appear. Oh! Are you implying that there's some sort of radiation problem in Yaktel? Interesting. Thank you, traveler. Now we'll be able to hunt these forests without fear. We have many stories of the Blue Leafkin, but none agree on who among the Mamulja was cursed first or for what misdeed. Some say it was a Dobro punished for felling trees, others say it was a Booniwa punished for burning them. Each clan insists the blame lies with another, of course. Honestly, I think it's just a tale to keep people away from the dangerous and forbidden areas of the forest. Just the other day, one of our own went and pursued a mark in that direction, and he hasn't been seen since. That Blue Leafkin just now. Could it have been? No. It's just a story, after all. Anyway, you've done us a great service. We'll be sure to keep to our normal hunting grounds, and see if we can't find our missing friend. It would be cute if this questline actually continued. Like, if you could actually find out what happened to their friend, and whether or not he was transformed into a Blue Leafkin, because definitely stranger things have happened. Do I have all the Aether currents for Yaktel? I do. Okay. We'll get flying after this. Oh. Heritage found and Shaloni are going to be a problem. But they're the last ones, and then we're done. And then we can fly. I just want to do a hunt train. Lads, I want to do exactly one hunt. The hunt trains, they call to me. Did you hear what Zuriel said? Yes, but I'm not sure if we can manage it. Okay. What have you got for me? Nothing good. Okay, goodbye. Shadilja? You doing okay, buddy? You're looking a little wounded. Lost and powerless. Oh no, I'm not going to be able to make jokes about this one, am I? Wait a minute, this isn't Moldra, this is Mamulja. But good to see you, Sal. Shadilja's eyes are brimming with tears. You're one of the Third Promise's retainers, aren't you? Please, help me. My name is Shadilja, and my husband and I were attacked by wyverns outside the city. He fended them off so I could escape, but he's no match for them alone. I know I have no right to ask, given how our people treat outsiders, but I'm begging you, please save my husband. His name is Gotolja, and he's near Golmajik Grove. Please, hurry. My husband is named Gotolja, and I left him by Golmajik Grove. Please save him. Sometimes Final Fantasy XIV gives you fun ambient dialogue, and sometimes it slightly rewords the same message. Oh wait, hold on. Outside, not inside. We are also looking for, like, other ambiguous plants. So, you know, if we do happen to come across them, there's free hunters. Alright, Gotolja. Can't wait for you to tell me off for being an outsider. Oh, alright. You have my thanks, stranger. I take it my wife sent you? Wyverns don't usually attack people. I hardly knew what was happening before they were on us. But that's neither here nor there. Let's return to Mamuk and see that you receive a proper reward. Shadilja should be anxious for our arrival as well. There also feels like something worth going over. So number one, of course, these are the Mamulja who are actually willing to talk and treat with outsiders, etc., etc. But there is something to be said about the idea of their, like, not different behaviors, but the interactions, I guess, for lack of a better phrase. I'm gonna ruminate on it, I'll get back to you. No, JR! Why don't you like hunt trains? I'm sorry to have troubled you, stranger. Why are you so angry? You missed 4 marks just now? I'm sorry, JR. Yeah. I've been hearing a lot about early pullers on Siren. Oh, a thousand blessings upon you. My good Tolja is safe thanks to your kindness. I don't know what I would have done had you not arrived when you did. Most of our able-bodied fighters have left the city in search of mercenary work, you see. As I once did myself. You're from Eorzea, aren't you? I toured across the salt in my younger years. That is until I managed to suffer injury enough to send me home for good. Now I can hardly manage to ward off the occasional feisty wither I can see. Glory days mean little when you can no longer protect your loved ones. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those withers weren't feisty. They were positively feral. I still can't believe we were attacked by such normally docile creatures. I have heard a theory that the animals are attacking because of the, approaching rejoining, right? And that the fact that, the Ronique in the plains up in Tural, right, aren't freaking out about the interdimensional fusion, but that there's more that's happening. I want that to be the case. I don't think it's going to be the case, but I want that with every fiber of my being. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those warriors, oh yeah, normally docile creatures. Something had them agitated, though I can't imagine what. Still, if our local withers are being driven into a rage, that doesn't bode well for us. I realize this is more than you bargained for, stranger, but would you be willing to help? It's unheard of for withers to attack Mulja, so we need to determine what's going on before someone gets injured. There's little in it for you, Mine. Don't get your hopes up. Thank him, dearest. He's doing us a kindness. Right, just not used to the open generosity is all. Thank you, stranger. We're counting on you. Hell. Time to leave these people behind and never help them ever again. Goodbye! I've got flying now. I'll never talk to you suckers again. We're going to try to do our allied societies this time. We didn't actually do them for Endwalker, but that's just because we got there too late and there was just so much going on. Okay. Alright, time to do Shaloni. And we're probably going to start Shaloni with, just getting all of our Aether currents. Although, I guess we could also do... grab the blue quests while we're here, right? 99 yalms to the southwest. What? Oh my god? How did I miss this Aether current? What? How did you build your house around this Aether current? I guess it, you know what, actually, okay. It would be crazy good business practices to build your place of work around an Aether current, so that way adventurers coming through had to go into your, store in order to attune to it. And you're like, it's like public bathrooms. It's like, you can't use my bathroom until you buy something. You can't attune to this Aether current unless you purchase something. It's so funny. Your Shaloni has a first time. It's OSCAR. I feel like this is a song reference that I'm just missing, JR. I'm sorry. I'm not savvy. Oh, your Shaloni has a first name. It's Oscar. Oh, man. Excuse me as I massage. Wait, hold on. That's a gill. That's not a hell. That is actually, hold on, wait, that might be the highest resolution picture of the gill to date. I am actually grabbing this. I was unironically looking for a picture of Gil to do my stream alerts with, right? Sure? Okay. When the bill comes due, Toan Zoe is seeking help with a family matter. Say, aren't you the one who was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? I could use a capable hand like yours if you'd be willing to lend it. The name's Toan Zoe. I'm not from around here, truth be told. I live in... oh my god. Luatenyanwawesa, but I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then spied him dealing with some unsavory-looking man, exchanging unusually large sums of money. I confronted him about what I saw, but he'll say little more than, "It's just a misunderstanding," then grumble as he changes the subject. I realize this is sudden, but could you see if there's anything to be done to help him? He's in trouble, I just know it. Oh, a weight's been lifted off my heart, bless you, sir. His name's Zetekwa. Last I saw him, he was heading inside this here saloon. The Tono out with the red cap pulled down over his face to cover those bruises, most like. You can't miss it. He's quite fond of this saloon, so I'm sure he's still in there. I hope he's all right. Alright, sure. Okay. Uh-oh. A new face in town, eh? Well, what can I do for you? Thinks I'm in trouble, does he? There he goes, jumping to conclusions as usual. I thought it'd be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folks in town with their money troubles. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago was one of my clients. I should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning Gil to folks having trouble with coin for one reason or another. Why are you loaning Gil? The currency in this town is the PEL. There's a reason. Oh, fuck. Comeuppance, thy name is demised. There's a reason I don't lend them PEL, but I'll get to that in a moment. Alright, fine. Curse you, riders of Dawntrail. My family's lived here long before there was ever a town here, but then people moved in and they started expanding. Before long, Kamaka's family approached us about selling our land. So around the time when trade overseas was gaining in popularity, I had it on good authority that Gil was on its way to becoming common currency here in the wilds. So I decided to sell the land for Gil and use those funds to start my business. Sure enough, everything went as expected, and the business is starting to do well. It's not without its troubles, seeing as money is involved, but I never lent to any unsavory types. Why not simply explain all this to your grandfather? The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him worry. Seems my silence only made things worse. He found himself in a real tight corner once. Gil's what got him there, and now he wants nothing to do with the stuff. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, his whole mood turned sour. He said he'd put everything in my name, and whatever happens after that is on me. It's not exactly easy bringing up my work when it involves the one thing that he seems to hate more than anything, but maybe it's time I change that. This job does more than just put food on the table. I'm able to help people, help this town. But how do I get him to see that? Have a conversation with him? Talk to him? I've got it. You're gonna come and watch me work. No, of course, you couldn't communicate with him directly. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it involves Gil, but he might come around to a first-hand account from you. So come and see what good my work does for Husatawe, Tawi, and how I help the people here. He did send you here to help me, didn't he? I promised to make it worth your while. Is there a Final Fantasy XIV wanted poster generator yet? Because it would be so cute to be able to make one of these for our player characters, right? There's a G-pose frame? Ooh, hell yeah. Right then, before we get started, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. Elish, eh? Well, Elish, our first job is to go and see a miner named Wakwaze. He had a pretty bad accident on the job a while back, had no money for treatment or much of anything really, so I loaned him the gil he needed to keep on his feet. But now it's well past time he returned what he owes, and he hasn't said a word. Now, there's been time enough for him to not only return back to work, but also receive his wages. Several times, in fact. This is giving me flashbacks to the Red Dead Redemption 2 moneylender stuff. He usually comes here into town when he's not working, and his shift ends soon. Meet me just outside of town. If we're lucky, we'll catch him just as he arrives. Like, is Elish about to catch Eorzean or Turali tuberculosis? Like, your name was weirdly familiar, but there you go. Explain yourself, What? Quasi? Oh boy. You're here for the money? I was gonna pay, honest. I just mixed up the dates is all. Can't we settle this later? I'm busy. I know you're lying, Wakwaze, and you're not going anywhere until you can look me in the eye and tell me why you're late paying me back. He's obviously hiding something, but I'm not looking to start trouble. I don't suppose there's anything you can do to, persuade him. Maybe a little flex to show him we're serious? Oh, of course. How do you want me to flex before him? Do you want me to do like a determined to show how certain I am? Don't look at me like that. I just forgot when the money was due, I swear. Well, Quasi seems intent on hiding the truth. Show him you mean business with a brief flex. Weird, that doesn't seem like that was it. Maybe it's a rally to, like, you know, get his spirits up. Oh, a gentlemanly flex, JR. You're so right. Hold on. What is the emote called? I can never remember. It's not a special, is it? Hold on. This is going to be so worth it for the bit. Is it a special? Oh, excuse me. Most gentlemanly, of course. Excuse me. Hold on. How do you feel about this? Okay. It's not Hildebrand. But Horschiffant was always very persuasive. Maybe if I hit him with the Horschiffant. No. That doesn't seem to be it either. What emote could they possibly be talking about? Let's check our emote menu again. Some sort of flexing emote. Oh, you know what it is? It's going to be doing push-ups. He's going to be so impressed by the number of push-ups that we can do that is going to... Oh, is it not going to let me? Oh, okay. This is flexing some of our muscles. No, it's not that one. Let's see. We can pose for him, show off our biceps that way. No, it doesn't look like it's that. What about sit-ups? Is this doing anything for you? Because I'm really flexing my ab muscles. Honestly, this number of sit-ups is very impressive. You should feel threatened by this. Squats, of course, JR. How foolish of me. I'll show off our impressive leg muscles. That'll get them. No, it's weird. What could they be looking for flex? It's just simply too tough of a mechanic. Oh, you know what it is? We flex our lungs at him with breath control, my favorite emote. How do you feel about this? I don't know, but you're probably feeling /winded after doing these exercises. Let's hit him with a little bit of the old. No, it's not that, JR. But I like where your brain is headed with this. I like that thinking. Okay. we do have other Aether currents to get through. Let's actually do the flex. Not that this is particularly threatening, but there you go. Ye dance, look at those arms. And those perfectly sculpted neck muscles? Fine, fine. Just put all of that away. It's all here, and with interest. If you have the money, reference to the nodding again. It's all here and with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding it? When I was still on the mend, a lady friend took really good care of me, see? I wanted to buy her something fancy to thank her, and well, I understand. Really, I do. But if you really want to make her happy, you need to get your life together. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time, but we're going to have a long talk about how you manage your savings first. Ugh, you're good. What good am I to her if I'm out on the street without a gill or even a pedal to my name? I'll give it some thought. We can talk later. Wow. Weirdly a pleasant money-lending exchange. You can tell this is a fantasy game. I can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one, but it's no excuse for getting carried away with his spending. So, what do you think of my job? The money I loaned him paid for his treatment, supported him through his recovery. That has to count for something, right? Why are we such a spoil sport? I'm gonna say nothing. I'm gonna hit him with a steely gaze. Yeah, it's a weird energy. Well, there's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on our way. Zatikwa, I think you're interesting, and I'm curious to see how this ends. You're gonna have to forgive me, though. 693 yalms to the northwest. I am popping out, my friend. I need to go get the rest of my frickin' Aether currents. Also, does that bubble not remind anyone else of Alexander proper? The way that Alexander was apparently kept in a ward erected by the Charlanes? You remember when, like, we were in the Dravanian Forelands, or the Dravanian Hinterlands, and you, like, tried to drive up on, Alexander, and you couldn't? Am I crazy? 258 yalms to the northwest. Wow. Still quite far away. Actually, hold on. I gotta kill these lads. 1 second. You're still unhappy that we haven't gotten rid of the dome, right? Like, it feels weird. No! Dang it. Just messed up my red base rotation. My hotbar is laid out like a maniac, but it does bother me. Ugh. 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 If you are planning to explore the local area, you may as well make yourself useful in the process. Of map yet. Welcome, traveler. If you're out exploring, you might be able to do me a small favor. There's a cave network nearby where my daughter has gone to offer her prayers, but she's forgotten the all-important fish oil candle. I would take it to her myself if it weren't for this terrible pain in my foot. Oh, it hurts something fierce, it does. Do you think you could give her this candle from me? The cave entrance isn't far from here, but the tunnels lead deep into the mountain and are home to all kinds of critters. Best keep your eyes peeled for trouble. Fair enough. So this is not one of the raid questers' homes, right? The shut eye and the wide eye and all that jazz. Feet beyond distance. I will have to come back to that. The dome was erected during the war with Lindblom and then transported alongside Everkey, but there's no reason to keep it up now. I wonder if it's not possible to be turned off, perhaps? You don't think any of them are visitable? Oh, do we not? Wow, it's rare for hunts to require more than 2 boys these days. Actually. Thank you. Wow. Oh, I see. I gotta go down this way. The cave network, sure. Yeah, I would like to get to some role quests, among other things. But I realize what an incredibly bold desire that is. With how fast we've been going so far. I believe I've actually gone in here to get this Aether tournament. It's actually an interesting little space. Yeah, we have been here. We did actually, I think, talk to her before we got here. There's like the weird reverence for these like fossilized bones is interesting, I think. I say weird reverence. People used to take fossilized dinosaur bones and say that they were the bones of dragons, right? So I have not done the melee role quests. I haven't done any other role quests, you know. So those are definitely on the books. The world can change all it wants. This place will stand the test of time. As long as there's still folks paying their respects to our ancestors, that is. Something I can help you with? Fish oil candle. Made from the combination of fish oil and aromatic herbs. It has a distinctive, yet not unpleasant aroma, even. You came all the way to deliver this. I'm awful grateful to you and to my ma for realizing I'd forgotten to bring a candle. You see, these caverns are sacred ground, where we come to pray for our ancestors and the more recently deceased. These flames provide the living with a way to commune with the dead. And thanks to you, I can light a candle of my own and say a little prayer. Since you're here, maybe you could stand before the flames and offer a few words to your departed loved ones. It don't matter where you're from, all spirits are welcome here, living or dead. She is deep in prayer and pays you no further heed. I think she's there before you get this quest as well, which is kind of fun. I do like having, I don't know, that world building, those ambient NPCs. Let's see. But there are no Aether currents over here, right? Cool. Please, let me go. Y'all ain't even real dragons. Welcome back. I'm guessing you were able to find my daughter, no doubt in her usual spot. She never was one to do things the easy way. You know, as much of a stickler for traditions as she is, she actually works for the railroad company. Still, I gotta hand it to her. She manages to work towards a promising future without losing sight of her roots. I sure am proud of her, but don't tell her I said that, will you? Wouldn't want her getting a big head or nothing. Why is this also the expansion of bad parents? Well, I'd say me and that daughter of mine had taken up enough of your time, but it was awful nice meeting you. Thanks a million for helping us out. Just tell your daughter you're proud of her. Why is that a bad thing? Side quests. There should be 2 more in living memory now that MSQ is done. Really? I won't think about it. Probably somewhere around that yonder lot, okay? Yawns. Oh, there it is. It is weird how hunting for these Aether currents gives you that, like, different perspective. I think it's cute. I like it. I mean, I wish I could just have flying and choose to engage in it on, like, a separate tab. But it's interesting. $497 to the northwest. Well, if that's the case, let's grab this Aether Current quest in town, okay? A bad case of the Blue Devils. Wasampe of the Springs is short 1 quarter. Hey, you traveler! You came here down the Tural Trail, right? Happen to see a woman on the road, maybe nursing a limp, a sore head, or some such? No sign, huh? I work here at the refinery, and it seems I now have a problem. It's a friend of mine, Kaya Mani. She set out for Tural not long back, but only her Ronique returned, pulling an empty wagon. Was thinking the animal just got spooked by something. Set Kayamine sprawling in the dust and hightailed it back here. But if you didn't see her, say, you couldn't go and take another look, could you? I'd go myself, but I'm two hands down as it is. Thanks, friend. She was taking a cargo of cerulean to the Tural trailhead. You know the way, right? Just take the road southeast from town. She'll be somewhere along it. If you find her, tell her to get her hide back here as quick as she can. We've got work to do. Guessing I cannot go into this building? Of course. His concern is touching. Which is unfortunate because I need to go north. Oh well. Probably have to pop back this way, right? To turn in the quest. So there you go. Further. Oh, wow, actually just on the road. Ah, finally. You don't know how good it is to see a friendly face. Was Sampe sent you? God, he's gonna dock my pay, isn't he? Well, at least the Ronique in the wagon made it back. A good thing it all happened after I dropped off the ceruleum, too. Don't want to think how much the company would charge me if I lost the load. Maybe that's what the beast was after. Oh, I didn't tell you about the beast, did I? I was just out from the trailhead when it sprang up on us out of nowhere. Naturally, my Ronique bolted. Managed to hold on this far, but eventually lost my grip and took a dirt bath. Still, it could have been worse. At least I didn't break anything, and it was you that found me, not the beast. Speaking of, you didn't see it on your way down, did you? A horrible blue blobby thing. I wonder what you could possibly be talking about. Just like that. Oh, guys, it's the beast. It's found me. That's the beast? Yeah? It was a lot more aggressive down by the trailhead, I swear. Why isn't it attacking? There are also all those, clots from the very first dungeon, right, that transform into us. Those have gone fairly unexplained so far, right? Huh. I guess it took one look at you and lost its appetite. Thanks, partner. I've lived here my whole life and never seen anything like that blue blob before. But others have. I heard about them from my fellow tappers. Like ceruleum with skin, they said. Started showing their ugly faces a few years back, prowling around by the wells. They reported it to the foreman, but they weren't interested. The way they considered it, so long as we still got all our limbs attached, the blobs aren't a threat. But they damn well better change their minds about them now. If it's not enough that one of their best employees could have been killed, they could have lost a wagon load of ceruleum. Say, Elish, will you come back to the company offices with me? They can't wave it away so easily if the both of us are telling the same story. Sure. Thank you kindly. Come on then, let's head back to Sheshanowezi Springs. And then we'll be able to hunt for the Aether current that we're still missing up this way. Yeah, I wasn't intending on going back to Living Memory, but it could be hella cute. We already did, obviously, all of the dungeons necessary for expert. But why? Home at last. For a moment there, I didn't think I'd ever see the old place again. And I can tell you right now, I'm not taking another wagon out until the company tells me what exactly they're going to do to protect their precious employees from those rotten blobs. Are you with me? Hell yeah. Time to unionize. Oh, is that not what you were implying? Oh, my bad. I'll be honest, I did not think Blue Devils would imply generally like blobs. My opinion on slimes has changed ever since the anime, that time I got reincarnated as a slime came out, which, you know, is pretty isekai fare, but I like it. I think it's cute. I think it's a good juxtaposition to Overlord as well, which is another good. Is it an old isekai by now? What's the shelf life for anime these days? Super far to the east, eh? You know, we still haven't had a normal ride on a single train. Welcome back, Kishma. We still need to go further east from here. Ronique Seeker. The distant lowing coming from the direction... Nope. The distant lowing coming from the far reaches of Lake Tawari seem to indicate something is amiss. Normal rides for chumps. Fair enough. Well met, traveler. Have you perhaps seen a Ronique calf around here? I spotted a youngster south of Lake Tawari. Seems they've gotten separated from their kin. With all the hungry fiends that roam the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone to protect it. The thing is, I'm just not cut out to defend it from any would-be predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? They ought to be somewhere to the south of the lake. As I said, I spotted the calf near the southern shore of the lake. Can I count on you to bring them back safely? It should be... Yeah, these are both our last Aether currents. Okay, perfect. Okay, Kishma. We can play half an hour's worth of fire. The lost Ronique calf eyes you expectantly. Oh my god! Oh, it's been ages since we had to do one of the escort quests. That's so funny. Are you gonna make me beckon you? Oh no, you're just gonna follow. Okay, you know what? This is a distinct upgrade over the old escort quests. I'll take it. You would have raged if they made us beckon. I still like those old Lev quests. I need dark. I should take the calf back. But I want the Aether current. Damn it. Okay, I'll just double back for it. You'll take it. Please just give me any Fire Emblem. You know what? I can give you any Fire Emblem now. You would have raged if they made us back in. What you have? I am also... Ooh, excuse me. Clouds. What do we think the over-under on these boys are going on us is? Perfect. Oh my god. I think we should run the ad break now, by the by. But yeah. You're not missing too much. We're just turning in some side quests. Oh no! This jerk! I can't believe I executed an otherwise perfect getaway. Ugh. Anyways, it's fine. This guy just brings this random mob with them. That's what I'm saying. Ah, there you are. You returned the cat. What a relief to see the Hetso unharmed. You'd be surprised by how often Ronique calves go astray. In most cases, they fall prey to some fiend, but such is the way of nature. Though, if you manage to get there before the fiends and raise a calf from a young age, they make for excellent beasts of burden. I'm not suggesting I'd go as far as to kill a calf's parents to single one out. Yet I do make a point of trying to rescue any stragglers I happen across. The way I see it, that's as much a part of nature as any other fate a Ronique can meet. Thank you, traveler, for bringing this one back safe and sound. I shall do my utmost to care for it. Yep, we were in ads somewhat purposeful. Just wanted to knock it out of the way. Turali Hawksbill turquoise. Which one? Just finishing out our map of the world. And also potentially getting flying, which I would like very much. Fantastic. We'll see if we can't finish out Heritage Found. And then, yeah, you know what? If we've got time, we'll knock out the last of the side quests in Living Memory. Okay. There is a mountain of stuff that we haven't done around here. But I will be honest, I was coming through here and trying to get done with it as fast as I possibly can, so you get it. These guys who are named Cyclops instead of Cyclops, very good. I did pretty good overall. Well, shucks. Such an glowing endorsement. I think we're gonna go around this way, because that's gonna uncover some of the map for us as well. 536 to the southwest. I wonder what the name slates are going to be. Oh no, it's a graveyard. You got some undead here though? You got any Ashkin for me? No. No, of course not. Just more Cyclopses. The name slates. Tucked away in a remote corner of Yasulani, this small cemetery is a relic of earlier times. Now that the wearing of regulators has become commonplace, the culture of digging graves has largely been forgotten, and tombstones carved with the names of the deceased considered an odd and antiquated custom. Oof. Not even a fate for ghosts? You're gonna give me a spooky graveyard and nothing in it? Fine, I see how it is. 672 kilograms. Wolfbacks that we hunted for Sir Otis. Did we... What is that, like, rupture point over there? Did we ever get that? The sweet lore about that zone? $260. Let's pop up here to grab He Who Remembers, and then we'll go out. Is that not Alexandria proper that we saw in the dungeons? That makes sense. Yeah, okay, that tracks. Why did it get so borked up? Uishi's problems is perhaps best solved by an outsider like you. Now, here's a face I haven't seen around these parts before. Could I borrow a moment of your time? You see, a member of our group has been making frequent trips up the hill to the graveyard. Oh my god. You're not going to send me back to the graveyard I just came to? I suspect there's a problem, but he doesn't seem willing to talk about it. Not to us, anyway. A stranger willing to lend a friendly ear, however, may convince him to open up. If it's not too much to ask, will you travel out to the name slates and speak to him? The man you're looking for is a Shitona like myself. Go to the name slates and if you see a Shitona man there, try to find out what's on his mind, alright? I'm going to presume it's the fact that y'all don't recognize when people die, but fair enough. You guys aren't wearing regulators, so maybe you do. It does almost look dome-like. I definitely see that, but like, obviously the dome is the one around everything else, right? Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, Ghost Fate? No, just big Cyclops. Give me a ghost, give me an Ashkin, give me some undead to smite, please. Of course, this is not going to do that, but you get it. I must admit, this is not the sort of place one expects to make idle conversation with strangers. Are you one of those travelers from beyond the barrier everyone's been talking about? That explains why I haven't seen you around. Let me ask you something, outsider. Have you ever paid a Have you ever visited a grave to pay your respects? Porshafons. Yeah, absolutely. Honoring the dead is a common aspect of many cultures, I suppose. In that case, perhaps you could help me with something. Take a stroll around the area, and if you happen to spot any particularly grinding gravestones, ask that you wipe them off. It's a lot of work for one man alone, so your assistance would mean a great deal to me. Oh my god. Yeah, sure. Some of these gravestones could do with a good cleaning. Have a look around and see if you notice something. Yeah, okay. I know it's rather irreverent of me, but I don't know. Where's the zombie? Those gravestones look much better now, thanks to you. Or perhaps I should say name slates. Too bad the names are all written in Alexandrian. I can't make heads or tails of them. You know about the regulators people wear these days? Whenever someone dies, every last memory of their existence is erased. As an unfortunate consequence, this graveyard has been all but abandoned. But I'm going to fix that. What else am I going to do? Stand idly by and let the headstones be lost to time? No. If no one else will give a damn, then it will have to be me. In Tural, I was taught to honor the dead. But here, I'm in the minority. Most seem content to forget and entrust their memories to the cloud. That's why I can't talk about it with the others. They wouldn't understand. Not like you do. Thanks again, stranger. Wait. But where do you go? Just volunteer as a gravekeeper in your spare time? Do you live in this house? Oh. Also, I don't know. I think it's like some of your friends have obviously acclimated, but others of them don't have regulators on their head. They still remember those who've passed. Like, it seems rather self-indulgent of you to assume that no one would understand. Talk to them about it. Give people a chance. They might surprise you. Maybe. Sometimes they don't surprise you, it's fair to say. But you know. Excuse you, sir. Is it true that we can go beyond the barrier? Yasulani is my home. Okay. You have nothing to say about the fact that I helped your friend? Right. I guess the robots are our zombie stand-ins a little bit, right? We've definitely talked about this before, but you get a little bit of it. Oh, how'd I miss this Aether current last time? You can probably fight endless hordes of robots and not feel bad about it. Oh. Bizarre. Oh well, lads. Looks like it would have been a beautiful place to be. 965 to the northeast. I think we can go back to the Electrope strike. If you're here without a regulator, you must be brave, stupid, or just desperate. So what do you want? Tell me about yourself. I'll make sure the Electrope gets shipped off according to schedule. It's not the most glamorous job, but if someone has to do it, it might as well be me. Even though I'm originally from Tural, I don't have any particular desire to live in the outskirts, unlike most of the other people around here. Even so, I can't bring myself to work in Everkeep. That's why I chose to live in the Keep, but work out here. What kind of place is this? This is the Electrope strike, named after the valuable resource we mine here. Once it's been dug up, we send it for processing. Considering how essential Electrope is to life in Alexandria, the work that goes into mining and transporting this stuff is about as important as it gets. And while I'm proud of the work we do here, the disturbance involving the sentries in Everkeep made me realize something. A lot of the Electrope we mine is for military use. In other words, to make machines that cause pain and suffering. But even knowing this, we can't just give up, not while there are others who rely on us. Wow, Petal, okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. He's not gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole. Live your best life, girly pop, I guess. $386 to the was another one down here then, sure. Or was that just wishful thinking on my behalf? Daichi, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, lads. I'm really just absolutely futzing about. How was Final Fantasy XIV? What were you all up to? I do apologize. We could potentially be in maybe spoiler territory, but I hope not for you guys. What were you up to? I could have sworn there was an Aether current that was supposed to be around here. I guess not. Well, also dailies, gotcha. Mount farming, blue quests. God, there's plenty to do, isn't there? Join up? Oh. No, it does. Fantastic. Okay, so that's just up there, is it? Please don't look at me, robot elephant. Just want this Aether. That's a good robot elephant. Why the fuck did the people of Alexandria make horrifying giant electric robot elephants? Goodbye! Farewell! $453 to the east, so that's going to be on the other side of the wall. But the good news about that is we can go ahead and grab the blue quests. Although, we're already here, so we should go grab the one by the drift downs. Square Enix got rid of Viper's damage over time. Is that... I can't tell if that's a bit, JR. Then yeah, enjoy. Thank you so much for dropping your crew off here. It's good to see you. Apparently people complained about not being able to apply it whenever it fell off. Wow. And so, because people were complaining about that, they just got it taken away entirely. Hey, Papa Yoshi P doesn't play around. You either enjoy your gifts or you don't have them anymore, I guess. From the beginning, I had noticed that Queen Sphene's sound was different to ours. But such things didn't matter. What mattered was that she was there for us, laughing when we laughed and crying when we cried. Wolf, okay, Tapu! Fight for survival. Why is it spelled that way? Yopia is gazing anxiously up and down the path. Excuse me, do you have a moment? If you're headed south, I would ask a favor. My friend went out to study the plant life and hasn't been back. He has a bad habit of getting absorbed in his work and losing track of time. Last I saw him, he was headed southeast of here. If you could just check in on him, I would sorely appreciate it. My friend should be just southeast of here. Okay, he wasn't in trouble. Thought it was one of the more generous dots out there since you could reapply it when it was less than 20 seconds left on it. Yeah, I genuinely have not gotten to enjoy Reaper very much, so all of this is news to me, but I gotta be honest, it's kind of funny as a Paladin player to be like, oh, you have a dot? You don't appreciate your dot? We're taking your dot away from you. Because like Goring Blade used to apply a dot, right? And that's the same thing that happened with us, more or less. Passionate phytologist. Now this is a fascinating succulent. Its development is clearly abnormal, proof perhaps that this species has adapted to its new environment over time. Hello there, stranger. What are you doing out here? For that matter, what am I doing out here? Did I get distracted and wander out of the safe zone again? Oh my god, he's wearing the shirt. Ugh, Yopya's probably worried sick about me. I'll have to thank her for sending you. But first we need to hurry back to the drift down before some terrifying creature tries to ruin our day. Oh my god, it's another escort quest! Fine. I'll try not to slow you down. If I get on a mount, we must return to safety at once. Oh wow. Godspeed. I'm absolutely leaving you behind. Bye. Wait, slow down, sir. Oh my god! How did you get every monster, lad? Oh god, I'm dying. This quest is about to be abandoned. Oh, actually, I guess we can outrun. No! There's another one! It's fine. Okay, hold on. Yeah, bud. Believe it or not, I'm trying to get you to safety. Thanks for that interesting insight you're providing. Oh, dear. Yeah? Man, I should have clearly accepted this quest on a higher level class, but here am I, trying to level my freaking red mage. Getting stomped to death by elephants, which, as far as ways to go, sound. So here's the thing with most dots, to get the full value of them, you have to reapply them right as they fell off. If you didn't, then you either wasted part of the duration or lost some DPS. But Viper's dot was 20 seconds and could be a reapply for a maximum of 40 seconds. You tried to rescue me, but the game stuck you in the wrong instance. I appreciate you thinking about me, JR. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you're both in one piece. Forgive me, Yopya. I was so focused on the plants, I nearly wandered headfirst into danger. If you hadn't sent this kind stranger my way, there's no telling what might have happened. Now, I'd better document my findings before I forget. Thanks again, friends. Could you use your regulator to pull up every single thing you've ever thought about doing? Because, like, the regulators are storing your memory data, right? So if you were ever like, oh my god, I forgot what I was just about to say, could you use your regulator to remember what you were just about to say? Sorry about him. He grew up in Everkeep, you see, so he's not used to seeing plants in their native habitat. And Heritage Found is rather unique in that regard. 30 years ago, when the geography changed, vast swaths of native flora died out, while the rest were forced to mutate drastically in order to survive. Worthy of studying, I'm sure. Still, he ought to know it's not safe out there. I wish he wouldn't be so careless. In any case, I'm grateful to you for keeping him alive. And seeing as he didn't think to reward you for it, I suppose I'll have to do it. Ugh, I swear, he'd forget his head if it wasn't attached. God, me too, then. It appears that 2 collector acquaintances of mine recently, passed on. I asked around in Everkeep, but hardly anyone remembers them. It's just as I thought. To suddenly lose all recollection of those you once knew, doesn't that bother the people wearing regulators? Oh, yeah. You are preaching to the choir, girl. Actually, can we get up there? Spire of Tural. Maybe that's a flying only kind of place. Oh my god. Free me from mildly inconvenient fence posts. How did they not end up with massive memory gaps? I think they do, right? And I think the thing is that is whatever is going on with the regulators just sort of like smooths it over for them. Stressed testing. Dorian's uncertainty is palpable. Pardon me, adventurer, but might I trouble you to lend me your aid? I found myself in a rather troublesome predicament. Earlier today we were sent a soldier and asked to test out its improved combat functionality. I asked a hunter to take it out on patrol, but not long afterwards, I lost contact with them completely. I know the signal is weak out there, but I can't help but worry something might have gone terribly wrong. From the look of you, you can handle your fair share of danger, yes? Could you go out to the Thunder Yards and see if you can find them for me? Last I heard, the hunter was headed to the Thunder Yards. I pray you can find them. Doesn't seem that stressed to me. Knots to the southeast. Man, this bike feels like it is going fast at going slow at normal speed, huh? Woofa doofa. I feel like I'm on a Segway. Hello? Until to Lala, then you'll feel like you're going faster. Fair enough. That's what you did. Nixus, are you a Lala now? To the west. Oh shoot. We have to go up top. Fine. You're small. What happened? What happened to the werewolf schema? I'm doing our fast motorcycle. I'm truly losing my mind on the other mount. This is too steep to let me up, right? Surely they won't let me up. Okay, I cannot Skyrim. You're a very small werewolf there. Small werewolf? No! Fair enough. Excuse me, sir. You don't aggro on me. I said, please don't aggro on me. Please respect my decision to just run past your base. Thank you. I will say, out of all of the other fantasy races, I am most tempted by Lala, because then you can get into houses that you otherwise cannot get into. And my inquisitive nature means that I am sure as to what those things are. You want to go fast? You too can go fast. I do believe that I would be able to go incredibly fast. Okay. There's every chance in the world that this final Aether Current quest is going to send us back over here, but for my own personal edification, I'm just going to do it. Literally not on your life. I've been tempted in the past, but I actually just made a Lalafell ult, and you will never get to know his name or what he's up to. To the northeast, so probably on that cliff. Oh no. Okay. Small Inquisitor. How dare you? $335 yalms to the north. I'm comfy with popping over here. Where is the oh, Earth and Sky is over. Okay. So we just never really finished fleshing out that part of the map. Wacky. Oh no, the soldier is trying to attack the hunter. Wow, who could have foreseen that robots would be the problem? Oh, frickle frackle. Every time. Ugh. You saved my life. For a moment there, I thought I'd have to use my regulator. Now, I somehow doubt an adventurer like you just so happened to be passing through. That researcher sent you to find me, didn't he? I'd better head back to explain what happened. You may as well come and join me. I'm sure he'll want to know you're safe. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but I am going to get the Aether Current. It is interesting that they're still called Aether Currents, obviously for flying purposes, but like, you'd think they'd be called like Levin Currents or something. Wait. Oh. Yeah, okay. No, I don't need to kill any more of these boys. There's a little diddle over here. What is this diddle about? Excuse me, sir. There is nothing to explain this diddle. It is a meaningless diddle. Okay, that's honestly really disappointing, but I'll get over it, I guess. When's Pictomancer leveling going to happen? Probably. So I've been thinking a lot about doing more Phozia again. We're obviously done with Phozia for the most part, narratively speaking. But oh right, done. I've been wanting to do it again in anticipation for Shade's Trial. So that could be a cute thing where we have like an entire day dedicated to some particular aspect of it or another. So probably Pictomancer and Viper leveling would happen around Phozia, because it's the perfect level for it. I also want to actually do a deep dungeon, right? But that's a little bit for maybe a later project. Okay, perfect. We're done with Aether currents. Let's go do these last two quests. The hunter told me everything. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for taking such swift action. These soldiers require energy gathered from lightning, and yet lightning also proves to be their weakness. Apparently it took a nasty jolt in the Thunder Yards and went berserk. Honestly, why are they tinkering with offensive output when they could be correcting this glaring flaw in the design? Rest assured, the engineer in charge will hear all about this in my report. Sorry for the trouble. I hope this small token will suffice as compensation. Where is this quest? Over yonder, where is it? Okay. Somehow you never realized these guys were wearing the new map dungeon coat. Somehow you assumed they were wearing the new Alchemist coat. I don't think that's a wild assumption to make, JR. There's a lot of old models, like especially with Charlea, where they were all wearing, obviously, the old Charlean academic outfits, which we got freaking from Morble, right? So, not to even mention, or not Morble, from Google? Not to mention the Scholastica questline. Auntie knows best. Nakente is fretting over her young charge, as she is wont to do. Oh, Shallow, what am I going to do with you? I keep telling you to take a hunter with you when you leave town. Well, if it isn't Her Majesty's guest, did you enjoy your tour of Yopio's Halo? I was told you even helped set the water distribution system to rights. You know, I could really use someone with your talents right about now. The woman in charge of that very farm just left for the wilderness without a bodyguard. Seems to me she's investigating something, but that's no reason to put herself in danger. Last I heard, she was seen walking up the hill to the east of the farm. Could you go and make sure she's all right? Oh, what a relief. You're looking for a young Shatona by the name of Shaloki. Now, off you go, and thank you, dear. Shaloki was last seen walking up the hill to the east of the farm. I don't care what the problem is. It's no excuse to be throwing caution to the wind. Okay. Let's rock and forward. This is a suspiciously motorcycle-shaped hole. Yeah. I don't know. I guess a part of the problem that I have with the design of Alexandria is like they've just solved every possible problem you could conceptually have. The fact that Electro turns lightning Aether into any other type of Aether kind of makes resource scarcity irrelevant. I don't know. They did say that Electrope was fought over in their world. Maybe that'll come up in the patch quests with nations on the North wanting some as well. If it got some Grand Company action, that could be very cool. But I guess, I don't know, like, I guess a part of it is that Electrope maybe has a limited shelf-stable life or something? Bizarre. Gods be goods, that was the last of my soul cells. I could have really died there. Thanks for your help, by the way. So, what brings you out here to the middle of nowhere? Auntie Nakente sent you after me? That makes two people who just saved my life, then. Would you mind coming with me to see her? I want her to know I'm safe and grateful besides. Now, I'm not saying that I'm interested in following up on the red-haired Benoy plotline. But does she give you extended quests? For absolutely no reason whatsoever that I'm asking? Oh, that's cute. Instead of a Skywatcher here, they have a forecast terminal. But okay, I'm sorry. Wait, this can't be an allied society, surely. The people of the outskirts? Welcome back, dear. I can't thank you enough for rescuing this poor, reckless fool of a girl. So it probably isn't a questline, then. You're not a child anymore, Shallow. Act your age. Now what do you say to the kind stranger who saved your life? I know I've already told you once before, but thank you, truly. I'm Shallow Asi, and I'm in charge of Yupyo's Halo. To tell the truth, I'm still learning how everything works. I used to be an electrope engineer, but for some reason the government reassigned me. And I'm Nakente, the farm's coin keeper, or resident nag, depending on who you ask. Might we get your name, hero? Hellish. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? I want to see the screenshots of this where it's truly gibberish names. That's a name you'd best not forget, Shero. You'd be dead were it not for her. Now, why in the world would you leave the safety of the outskirts all by yourself? You've been acting so strangely of late. It's clear you're hiding something, so what is it? There really is no getting anything past you, is there? Fine, I'll explain, but you have to promise to keep it a secret for now, alright? And also this random third stranger who I know nothing about. Name you rouletted with today? Yeah, could you imagine? Rolls right off the tongue. The truth is, I noticed that the farm's harvests have been shrinking year over year, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. Ooh, okay. The staff are all doing great work, and as a former engineer, I can say for certain that the equipment is all in proper working order. I even checked the pylons, and the readout was totally normal. Ooh, shit. But I know there's a problem, and the longer we wait, the worse it will get. In a few years, the crops may stop growing entirely. Something has to be done. Reintroducing resource scarcity. Well, it sounds dangerous, and I appreciate that you're taking the initiative to solve it, but I worry about you, Shaylo. I can't have you putting your life in danger. Elish, would you be willing to help her look into the matter? As an outsider, your idea of normal is sure to be different from ours. I reckon a fresh set of eyes will be able to spot something we can't. She's right. I could certainly use an unbiased perspective. Would you please help me, Elish? I want there to be a dialogue option that's no. No, we accept, because of course we can. Right then. With that settled, I think what you two need now is a good meal. Have a seat and your Auntie Nakente will fix you some fresh veggies. Okay, thanks, Auntie. But I need Warrior of Light whatever. I know, but it's still fun. Like the Manderville questline in Endwalker, where you were allowed to agree with the megalomaniacal maniac, and like the entire cast of the Manderville quest turns to look at you and be like, I'm sure that's not what you meant, right, Warrior of Light? Fucking that was the most rewarding shit I have ever gotten from a cutscene. Enjoyed the meal. It's traditional Tonawautan cooking. If you can help Shaylo figure out what's ailing the farm, rest assured, there's more where that came from. Maybe. Maybe someday. But we have two things we need to do. Number one, I want to figure out what the heck is going on with this trials, Spire of Trial. What is this? What are you? Who are you? I am glad you can fly over the walls. Very good. Eh? What are you doing here? Apologies, but this area is restricted. If you've come to tour the facilities, please go somewhere else. Interesting. This tells me nothing. I know nothing. You have given me no new information. Bastards. Quest to unlock it is an S9. Oh, is this... Okay, gotcha. This is the, testing if you can pass the DPS checks. We'll go clear out the map over yonder ways for now. We'll go back to Living Memory, finish out the quests there, and be done with side quest. We're almost done with all of it, lads. The Earthland Sky thing. Bit weird. that they have it as like a special zone like that. Like I don't know, that felt like a incredible secret that I had discovered. Oh well. Bizarre. Both of them are in the windswept path. Okay, sure. I am definitely too low level for this zone on Red Mage, but we'll see. We'll see if we can't cheese our way around. Amiable Elder. God, this music sucks. Lindblom, we hardly knew you. The amiable elder seems starved for company. There I was, beginning to think I was the only one left. Perhaps you'd like to join me for a moment or two. This place was once something of an unending dream, but by all appearances the reverie is finally over. And well, to put it simply, I've been desperate to talk to someone. If you feel like stretching your legs, why don't you come and find me by the bridge here in Glooms of Discovery? Yeah, okay, girl. I'm glad you came. I'll get straight to it. How familiar are you with the nation of Lindblom? I know they were once at war with Alexandria. They are famed for manufacturing fearsome weapons, are they not? Lind what now? What do we know most about them? I guess the war with Alexandria was definitely a point, right? They're famed for manufacturing fearsome weapons. Maybe? They were once at war with Alexandria. Precisely. Alexandria fought with its neighbor Lindblom during the Storm Surge, and it was the latter who produced the dreadful weapon that wrought disaster. To focus on this period of conflict reveals a nation loathed by the people of Alexandria. Yet for much of the nation's shared history, Lindblom was simply a neighbor, albeit one with rather different customs. All this talking has put me in mood for another wander. Come and find me when you're ready to hear the rest of my ramblings. Yeah, I do remember that, JR. Or at least that is the narrative that we're being told. It's probably true, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was, you know, a piece of propaganda. Let us continue. Now, in many ways, a nation can be viewed as a culmination of technology and culture. I wonder where your interest lies. I consider myself a man of culture. I read yaoi. I see. Regardless of your affiliation, simply taking an interest in such matters is to be commended. So, you did not matter what I say. Okay. Lindblom was always revered for its technological prowess. After all, this was the nation that revolutionized travel with the invention of the air cab and the airship, designs that combined magic and machine to remarkable effect. Despite such advancements, they held dear to time-honored traditions, among them the hunt. This festival of frenzied violence saw city streets awash with the blood of fiends, intentionally released as sport for brave warriors seeking to prove their skills. Is this a Final Fantasy IX reference? A nation on the forefront of technological innovation, yet steeped in the wild vestiges of its past. An interesting duality, I'm sure you'll agree. I mean, like, obviously it's a Final Fantasy IX reference, but more to the point, is this, because I know they were saying that Alexandria being the one attacked by Lindblum is the opposite. Was that a habit that Alexandria had in Final Fantasy IX? Lest we get too comfortable standing here, I suggest we make for Laynode Arrow to finish up our discussion. Yeah. Okay. They fought back and forth for centuries. Interesting. Okay. I'm sure you have your reasons for being here, just as I have mine. Despite that, you chose to humor this old woman, and for that you have my thanks. I've had a wonderful time talking at you. I didn't want you to contribute much. Actually, shit, you know what? I can't say that. The game did give us multiple dialogue options. Fine. I had a wonderful time talking with you. You might have gathered by now, but in my past life I taught history. When the time came to retire, I stayed true to my passions and began to study my family's past. Genealogy. As I traced my lineage back through the generations, I made quite a startling discovery. One of my ancestors was originally from Lindblum. She had made her way to Alexandria around the time of the Storm Surge. The war broke out not long after she married. As far as I could glean from the records, instead of returning to her native land, she remained in Alexandria for the rest of her life. When I discovered my connection to Lindblum, I pledged to learn more of our long-time foe. Although records were scarce, I dedicated what time I had left to my research, determined that at the very least I would remember the nation's fate. If it's not too much to ask, I'd love to hear your thoughts about everything I've told you. Another grave reminder of the tragedy of war. Gods, what I'd have given to take part in one of those Lindblum hunts. The Xenos option. Such a fascinating account. Another grave reminder of the tragedy of war, I think. Right? No one escapes unscathed. You're quite right. If it weren't for the storm surge, my ancestors may have had the option of returning to Lindblum one day. I must apologize. Knowing that this would be my last lecture, I got a little carried away. But I simply had to share this with someone. Little did I know that I'd be blessed with such an enthusiastic student. You're a kind soul indeed. May the time you have left here prove fruitful and fulfilling. Aww. Goodbye. So what is the hunt? And Final Fantasy IX. Is it just that description? Wild animals let loose in the streets? Wild. What happens if people get caught outdoors? Or is it more like Bloodborne, where everyone knows better than to do that? Leaving this place for good. The budding botanist is breathing rather heavily. Hello. I don't think I've seen you before. I'm here to collect all sorts of leaves and flowers, just like my hero. I'm looking for plants to add to my collection when a fiend burst out of the bushes and chased me away. I've only just caught my breath. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you mind helping me out? I'm looking for Nephiletta fronds, Irinaris leaves, and some banana leaves. You should be able to find everything nearby. I don't know what a banana is, kid, but if you're talking about... Chat, what is the name of the bananas in Yoctel? I can help you find those. Jatika. Oh, they're just called Jatika bananas. Okay. Thank you, Marin. Wait. What? What? No, excuse you. I don't want them. Oh, okay, sure. Wacky placement. Oh yeah, and this is what we were hearing last time. I didn't realize that these trees were conducting electricity, so that's our explanation for what we were hearing. You think the Hrothgar had another name for them, but you forgot. Fair enough. Those trees are near the outskirts as well. Are they really? Oh. Well, dang dang. You're back. Did you find everything? Faintly fragrant of the versatile, ever-popular fruit, sprouting in cloud-like tufts, Nephiletta fronds were once used to brew a warming tea. Irinaris leaves. Edible but remarkably bitter, these yellow-tinged leaves are an acquired taste. Reminds me of fantasy novels where there's a guy who just bites into an onion. Could you imagine biting into a raw onion? Whoa, thank you so much. I'm annoyed that I couldn't do it alone, but thanks to you, my living memory plant collection is complete. Have you heard of Nephiletta? People take the fronds and use them to brew a nice, warming tea. One of my books say that travelers and merchants used to drink it all the time before the war. Apparently, the second type of leaf I asked you to get, Irinaris is really, really bitter. I heard they used it a lot in old Alexandrian dishes. People must have had different tastes back then. And then there's banana leaves. In Tural, they use the leaves to wrap different kinds of fillings before cooking them. I've never tried it personally, but that's what my hero told me. Oh shit. I suppose I should tell you a little bit about her. She had the loveliest long ears, and used to talk— Is this Kafkiwa? She had the loveliest long ears, and used to talk with me all the time in Heritage Found. I remember she once laughed at me for calling her Miss. She said she wasn't as young as I thought. She knew so much about plants and animals, and she'd tell me all kinds of amazing stories about her travels. Is this about Kafkiwa? I still remember what she said to me. Discovering new species is my life's work. I heard that and decided I'd make it my life's work too. But when I told her I wanted to go on an adventure, she said to wait until I was older and wiser, and ready to stand on my own 2 feet. And well, after that, I got sick, and in the end... I got it, but thank you, Marin. I guess I wasn't being realistic. I was so obsessed with the idea of collecting new plants and finding all sorts of amazing trees that I forgot about my health. I've always been frail, you see. I wanted to visit Clara too. You know, the place they named this museum after? I read that the town is built on top of a giant tree protected by swirling sandstorms. Apparently it's on the same continent as Alexandria. Speaking of giant trees, have you ever seen any? During my time in the Black Shroud, I saw a truly towering specimen called the Guardian Tree. The Raktika Greatwood is filled with the biggest trees you could imagine. We're gonna do the A Realm Reborn. Whoa, I never heard about that place. You must be a traveler, just like my hero. It is much smaller than the trees in the Raktika Greatwood. You're not wrong, JR. I've given up on my idea of going on a big adventure, but after hearing your stories, I can't bear the thought of not living out my dream. Just you wait. One day I'll see the world and all it has to offer. Yeah, kid. After all, there's so much more out there than my books could ever tell me. Wow, that one fucking sucked. Alright. And now we are officially done with the first part of side quests. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, is that he could get reincarnated, right? Because, like, obviously the world of Final Fantasy XIV is a world in which Soul Aether and Memory Aether gets recycled and all that jazz. So he absolutely not him, but, you know, his Aether, so. Alright, lads. I appreciate you all being here. I know we did a lot of little bookkeeping stuff, but it was stuff that we had to get done, and now we can fly in all of our zones. And that's important, probably. So yeah. Probably mainly going to use it for punch trains. But you know, I like them, so they're worth it, obviously. What did why was this? So yeah. That's the end of stream, lads. Thank you all so much for being here and for hanging out. And I'll catch you later. Bye-bye. Just kidding, I forgot to raid. Hurricane Sheila is currently doing M2 Savage. Bye for realsies this time after raid sends out. Bye!